चलो चलो डिस्प्ले चालू कर दी है, गेंशिन भी चालू कर दी है।
Probably fine. They've known about it for a long
क्या कहते हैं,
time.
I just hope कि येलेन है ना,
हाँ।
उसको ऐसा तकलीफ ना पड़े।
भाई येलेन को तो भाई कुछ नहीं होगा।
नहीं
वो
अभी
भाई
नया
एचपी
आर्टिकल
खेलेंगे वो। अरे हाँ तू ऐसे ना, तू लीक्स नहीं देखता, रहने दे, मत सुन मत सुन। मत सुन मत सुन, फालतू ज्यादा बोल।
ऑलरेडी
हाँ
नहीं मेरे पास ऑलरेडी ओपी हाइड्रो आर्टिफैक्ट है, टू एचपी सेविंग की क्या बात।
नहीं उसको वही तो बात है, उसको ओपी हाइड्रो नहीं चाहिए, उसको ओपी एचपी चाहिए। हाँ उसको टेनासिटी पे हाइड्रो चाहिए, उसको टेनासिटी पे हाइड्रो चाहिए।
चलेगा 200% किक डैमेज 200% किक डैमेज होता है।
ठीक है भाई,
उसको मगर बिना एचपी के भी चला सकता है।
I heard she's on a diet as well.
वैसा कहा ना, मेरे पास बहुत ओपी है वो, क्या कहते हैं, अगर उसकी बो आ गई तो फिर 250 के ऊपर भी डैमेज पहुंच जाएगा मेरा।
अरे वो भाई वो बहुत मस्त बना है उसका। वैलो खेलेगा आज, वैलो शाम को। हेलो बोजो, भाई बोजो बोल रहा है भाई, आते ही शर्म ही नहीं है लोगों को यार, आते सीधा बोजो बोल रहे हैं, इसको मॉडरेटर रखा है मैंने।
Yes, but we shouldn't let ourselves get overexcited. It's all a big misunderstanding.
ये टीपॉट फंक्शन अब तक आया नहीं ना,
पता नहीं मेरे को टीपॉट हुआ है कि नहीं।
इतना तो क्या मेंटेन कर रहे हैं वो लोग।
अरे उनका वो बाल के स्टैचू में तकलीफ हो गई होगी लगाने में।
वही तो बाद में वो यारिको का वो फॉक्स होम वाला भी मिला है, मुझे दोनों रखने हैं पर कहाँ पे रखूं? कोई जगह ही नहीं है, ये क्या कहते हैं, वो फंक्शन चालू ही नहीं हुआ है।
I'm not living up to my responsibilities either to the Kanjo Commission or to my lady.
अरे भाई सिर्फ कर रहा है भाई ये।
Not exactly. It's just everything feels kind of up in the air until they make it official.
ये दो आवाज़ें क्यों सुनाई दे रही है?
क्या ऐसे तो दो आवाज़ सुनाई दे रही है? ऐसे देखो मैंने डिस्कॉर्ड पे लाइव किया है क्या?
नहीं
अरे इसलिए तो क्या है, तो डिस्कॉर्ड पे लाइव ही नहीं करा है मैंने। तू क्या वो मतलब यूट्यूब पे देख रहा है क्या तू?
नहीं मैं तो अभी ऐसे शांति से बैठा हूँ।
हाँ भाई गेंशिन आके फिल्म करने का ऑप्शन नहीं दिया। हाँ ये रहा ग्रांट एक्सेस, ले साउंड के साथ देखियो तू।
ये लगा क्या कहते हैं?
हाँ
I don't think
सुपर पावर था क्या?
नहीं आ जाए तो अच्छा ही है।
I see.
Then
thank you.
नहीं फिर लोग आके तेरे पे एक्सपेरिमेंट करेंगे।
Will stop my thoughts from running wild.
एलियन करके।
भाई तेरे दिमाग में क्रिप्टोनाइट फिट कर देंगे।
हाँ वही।
अरे भाई हुडा चला रहा है फ्रेंडशिप के लिए, हुडा मस्त चल रही है आजकल मेरी। नहीं उसका भाई ये देखियो भाई, गुड इनफ फिर 32,000 HP मस्त डैमेज आता है।
तू मोना के साथ चलाएगा ना तो एक्सपोनेंशियली बढ़ जाएगा डैमेज। मोना या फिर क्या कहते हैं के अंत के साथ, मोना है ना उसका वो ज्यादा फीजेबल है, क्योंकि क्या कहते हैं इसका ही है वो यार उससे वेपराइज डैमेज दे सकता है ना रिवर्स
We'll
वेपराइज।
just wait here. We don't want to cause any extra trouble for you.
Ayaka wouldn't mind.
Honestly, even if we did come,
ऐसे आयाटो की स्टोरी में आया का पहले आएगी क्या?
so we'll just leave you
ना
to
आया का है ही नहीं।
अच्छा
All right then, we won't be long.
मैं उसकी स्टोरी में यही ढूंढ रहा था आया का कब आएगी, बट
क्या हुआ है फिर रात को? अच्छा वो नहीं है, पूरी क्वेस्ट में ही नहीं है।
हाँ कोई तो कह रहा हूँ I was disappointed. My day was ruined.
हाँ भाई इधर बैठ के भाई ठोमा और आयागा के साथ बैठ के लंच किया था। ठोमा उधर ही बैठा है।
Without looking at the board, you've ruined my strategy in one
टोमा
move.
कहाँ पे वो
Amazing.
वो परमानेंट जगह है।
Now what should I do next?
Ayaka, Toma, it's us! Huh?
Hey guys, it's been a while. If you're looking for my lady, I'm afraid she's not here right now.
Oh? That voice. Toma, would that happen to be the traveler?
भाई
Yes.
इसको कैसे पता?
Greetings, traveler. Ayaka speaks of you
तूने
constantly.
इसका टीजर देखा या नहीं
Finally,
देखा?
today is the day.
हाँ टीजर देखा, लेकिन ये ट्रैवलर को कैसे जानता है?
Kamisato Ayato.
तूने इसका टीजर देखा होगा तो पता होना चाहिए कैसे चलता है। और
अरे ये
आया
बात-
बहुत बातें करती है ट्रैवलर के बारे में।
हाँ वही डाउन बैड हो रखी है वो तो।
Greetings, both.
कहा तो सर ये ब्रदर इन लॉ है, ऑब्वियसली इसके साथ बात करेगी ना वो।
Finally, I have a chance to express my profoundest gratitude to
ये
you in
कहते हैं दोनों
person.
सिबलिंग का रिलेशन अच्छा है।
Ayaka is out today. If you are here regarding anything related to the Kamisato clan, you are quite
ये
welcome
अपने
to
सिबलिंग की
discuss it
तरह
with
नहीं
me
कि क्या
instead.
कहते हैं पीछे पड़ियो।
हाँ ठीक है भाई ठीक है।
You're
बहुत ज्यादा रियलिस्टिक बातें कर रहा है।
flatter us. Please excuse the sudden
वैसा ही है ना वो अभी तो ऑर्डर में नहीं जाने देगी अपनी
for
क्या
it
कहते हैं
is
सिबलिंग।
most improper etiquette.
भाई ये क्या कर रही है भाई और?
Why on earth are you talking like that?
Well,
हाँ
he
मैंने
seems like a
एक और चीज
quite
नोटिस
powerful
की है,
person.
आजकल ना पाइमन ज्यादा हवा में उड़ रही
His way
है।
of Paimon's list of people to never mess
बहुत ही
with.
एक्सेप्शनली रूड क्या कहते हैं सबके साथ बिहेवियर है उसका।
Atmosphere in the room changes, and it feels like you gotta be
ना
super
उसके चक्कर में
polite.
अपने को दिक्कत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए बस।
You
हाँ
shower me with praise
भाई आई
undeserved.
डोंट एसोसिएट विद पाइमोन भाई।
There is no need to be quite so formal.
वही देखना किसके साथ कैसे बातें कर रही है ये आखिर कमीशन का हेड है। रिस्पेक्ट ही नहीं है कुछ।
Good, because that whole spiel was really tiring just now. All right,
Oh.
now that that's over, we heard a rumor that
उसको कहा कि क्या कहते हैं वो ज्यादा वो
Kamisato
चीप होने की
are
जरूरत
getting
नहीं है, तो डायरेक्ट टूटा पे आ जाती है।
Oh? I wouldn't have thought you'd heard about that yet. I see. Well, it's true. It wasn't long ago that I received the news myself. The head clans of 2 commissions are to become joined through marriage. This is big news for the whole of Inazuma. Since the Yashiro Commission presides over cultural and ceremonial affairs, it closely involves us too.
Yes.
तो लगता है क्या कहते
And
हैं
since the commissions are kind of the
फ्यूचर
face
में
of the
हाइड्रो
Almighty
आर्कन ना
Shogun to the masses,
पाइमोन की वजह से ही हम
this
पे
wedding
गुस्सा
is
होगी।
one that we have to
नहीं।
treat as a serious affair.
नहीं 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 वो तो भाई
देखना
मोना
देखना।
नहीं नहीं मोना आएगी ना उधर तो वापस।
husband and wife. What the occasion?
क्या पता क्या
एक
पता।
सेकंड
High profile
ये
matrimonial links
जो
between two
मतलब इनाजुमा के
commissions are
स्टार्ट में
extremely
जिसका
rare.
लव लेटर लेके गए थे उसकी शादी हो रही है, वो चल रहा है क्या ये?
Tradition should give way to freedom in this case.
All right,
भाई
then. I'll be sure to pay
तब
them
से
a visit to send the best wishes
ठीक है
to the
मतलब स्टोरी
Kamisato
कंटिन्यू
clan.
करी इनने। नहीं मैं भूल भी गया था कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ भी था।
I'll visit them personally this time.
Huh? But you have other things to be doing.
वैसे भी
This is
किसको
a
याद
marriage
रहता है?
between the Kujo clan and the Hiragi clan. The Kamisato clan must demonstrate an appropriate level of respect. The work
By
of the
the way,
Yashiro
तूने दूसरी
Commission
सब
is
स्टोरी
indeed
तो कंप्लीट कर दी है
multifarious.
ना?
हाँ बाकी तो कंप्लीट है।
Normally, weddings and other ceremonies would come under the
But,
supervision of my sister. But she is presently occupied with other matters.
नहीं तो
And I
ब्लॉकेज आ
happen to
जाता
have a
है।
little time to spare. This will be a good chance for me to pay a visit to the bride and groom.
ये क्या होता है? ये ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि जाके धमकाने वाला है उनको?
ना रे।
I presume you two have a special connection with the individuals in question, or you would not
अगर
be
ये
quite
ये
so
गलत
interested
गलत
in
गेम
this
है, अगर
matter.
ये क्या कहते हैं दूसरी
This
गेम
being
में
the
होता तो
case,
धमकाता।
why not come and offer your best wishes too? Or is my presumption incorrect?
Oh, it's not as interesting as you make it sound. No special connections here.
एक
Super
मिनट रुक
ordinary
जा
ones,
भाई।
actually.
चालू कर देते हैं। हेलो,
हाँ बोल बोल।
हाँ,
All right then.
गायब तो नहीं हो गया?
I cannot thank you enough.
ना रे।
Your mere presence shall surely mean we are spared the futile pursuit known as.
Wait,
हाँ ठीक है
you're
ठीक
the
है,
Yashiro
जल्दी कर।
commissioner, but you can't do small talk?
हाँ तो
Small talk is a chore. Of course,
भाई बेचारे को
there are
स्मॉल टॉक
some
में सुना
people
रही
in
है
the
यार वो।
world who quite enjoy doing chores, but I am not one of them.
क्या
Toma,
हुआ?
वो
I'm heading out
बोलता
with
है कि
my
मैं
two
स्मॉल
guests
टॉक
now.
नहीं करने वाला, तो पाइमोन उसको बोल रही है कि ऐसा कैसे भाई?
More capable
ये क्या बात हुई?
hands.
Not a
समझती नहीं है
problem.
पाइमोन,
Take care.
अक्ल नहीं है उसमें। हाँ भाई चलो शादी में जाना है।
Ah, you're finally. Ah, Yashiro Commissioner.
भाई डर गया रे।
Who are these two?
They're friends of ours. Paimon will do the introductions.
ठीक है भाई।
ऑब्वियसली ये क्या कहते हैं, इस पाइमोन को ही नहीं पता कि आयत क्या कहते हैं, आयतों को रिस्पेक्ट करने का, बाकी सब करते हैं।
हाँ
So be it.
Great,
Ah.
our hunch was spot
क्या है,
on.
निको के बाद आयतों का ही नंबर आता है।
It is a little
क्या कहते
inappropriate
हैं,
for me to have shared
शोगुन
news
के
of this
ट्रस्टेड
magnitude with
कंपेनियन
you.
में।
So I would
भाई
be much obliged if you could keep it
इमरजेंसी
in
फूड नहीं,
strict
नॉर्मली
confidence
क्विजीन
until
बन
an
जाएगी ये।
official public announcement is made.
Don't worry, sir. We give you our word. We won't tell anyone about it.
That
हाँ भाई
puts my
ठीक
mind
है।
at ease.
हम्म,
Now, on the topic. We'd like to pay a visit to the Kujo clan. Would you mind leading the way for us?
Of course not. I'd be honored.
I guess this is where I.
ये क्यों रो रहा है?
Aw, cheer up, Shanujo.
इसको क्या हुआ?
I'll try. Thank you.
इसको क्या हुआ?
ये पता नहीं तुझे, ये पता नहीं, ये इसका वन साइडेड लव है उसके साथ।
इसकी शादी हो रही है?
नहीं पता क्या तुझे? हाँ।
अरे अरे
वो पूरी पैसे यही तो अच्छी बात थी।
अरे
अल्लाह ने किया वैसा।
भाई चना मेरे गाने बुलाओ रे उसको।
वही तू रह गया। ये इसकी तो मजा आ रही थी। जो रियलाइजेशन उसको होता है कि उसके साथ दूसरा गार्ड होता है ना,
हाँ
तो उसके साथ में वो भी ऐसा टॉन्ट पड़ता है, तुझे क्या लगा वो तेरे लिए होगा? ऐसे खुली आंखों से सपने देखने लगा।
पॉलीगन ही नहीं है। ए इधर तो वो सब होना चाहिए। वो किधर है? क्या नाम था उसका?
आ गए ये?
सिंचना किधर गई?
अच्छा कामाजी।
सिंचना आनी चाहिए ना इधर।
कौन?
अरे वो लास्ट सिंगोरा।
Please excuse me.
वो
I'll leave you
टेंचुकाकू
to it
में,
from
तो
here.
टेंचुकाकू में थोड़ी है।
हाँ दूसरा
वो
वाला।
शोगुन के घर पे है, ये
हाँ।
उसका कामाजी का घर है।
Okay. Thanks, Ipai.
जा भाई।
I apologize that your
पता
impromptu
है
visit
सिनियोरा
comes
का
at a
जो
busy
फाइट
time
होता
for
है
us,
ना, वो
Commissioner.
थ्रोन रूम है।
Otherwise, you can be sure that we would
क्या?
find
वहाँ
more
पे
distracting
राइडन
pursuits.
शोगुन मिलेगी तुझे, थ्रोन
I
रूम है,
don't
थ्रोन
mean
रूम।
to
हाँ, हाँ।
insult
वहाँ पे तो
Kujo.
जाएगा ना।
In fact,
नहीं
बिना
नहीं
परमिशन के जा नहीं
business at
सकता।
all. I heard the good news about yourself and Lady Hiragi. What a glorious marital alliance this shall be. Given the close ties between our clans, it seemed only right that I should come and offer the Kamisato clans congratulations in person. I'm truly honored.
और क्या
I
कहते
hope
हैं,
the
ये
news
इसका
didn't come
प्राइवेट
as too
रेसिडेंस
much of a
है।
हाँ
surprise.
नहीं एक सेकंड ना।
There, we
ये
can congratulate you as well.
Since the
ये
incident at the
दूल्हा
top of
है?
Tsukasa clan, things in the Tenryou
हाँ।
Commission have
ये ऐसा
slowly
दिखता है।
started to stabilize.
हाँ,
वो ये कांग्रेचुलेट कर रहा है।
Clan. I just hope I'm up to the task.
ये फुल ड्रिप में आया है।
Everyone's expectations.
भाई
You're
ये
far too
एनपीसी
modest.
ये
The
एनपीसी
public
वेडिंग
thinks
है, वो
very
क्या
highly of
कहते हैं,
you.
अपने प्लेबल
They say you're
कैरेक्टर्स की वेडिंग नहीं
hardworking, upright,
है।
and responsible.
पता था एनपीसी
I'm
कैसे दिखता
flattered, but
है।
I wouldn't have achieved anything without the support of
पर
others.
कंपेयर
कुछ
टू
तो
अदर
कर दे।
एनपीसी क्या
Thanks to
कहते हैं,
them,
ये लकी
everything
है।
is gradually stabilizing.
ये लकी है कंपेयर
And
टू
I
अदर
finally had the
हाँ,
chance to
एटलीस्ट
face
शादी हो रही है
my
इसकी।
वो
personal life.
और वो क्या कहते हैं, इसको क्या कहते हैं, वो घटिया दाढ़ी मुझ तो नहीं दे दी, वो इतनी फूटी हुई रखा है इसके जैसा,
Oh,
बस
now
क्या कहते हैं,
you're
बेस
embarrassing
कैरेक्टर
me.
मॉडल, अच्छी बात है।
Pardon me, it's
ये तो वही है रे
perfectly
जो
all
उधर
right.
आता है ना,
Please
वो
continue.
जोंगली की दूसरी
I'm quite
स्टोरी
content
क्वेस्ट में,
to
ये जो
listen. It's a joyous
बुरा वाला
occasion.
एंड
नहीं,
हवन
वो
के
नहीं
जो
है।
आता है।
It is exactly how
नहीं
things
नहीं
should
नहीं
be.
ये नहीं है,
नहीं,
ये
मॉडल तो वही है
You
ना।
stay stony-faced when talking about a wedding.
ना ना
You're right.
मॉडल दूसरा है, दूसरा है।
क्या भाई है रे।
थोड़ा
I'm
अलग
curious to know, what's
नहीं,
your
ये
honest opinion?
इनजुमा एनपीसी है, वो लीवो एनपीसी
think
वैसे है।
it's-
वैसे तो सब
Of
एनपीसी
course
के
not.
मॉडल एक ही है, बट
Where
क्या
there is
कहते हैं
true love,
जो
nothing should be allowed to stand
स्टाइल
in
है
its
ना,
way.
वो थोड़ी
No
हेयर
doubt
स्टाइल
people
और
would
वो सब,
offer
वो
you a colorful variety of opinions. But of course, you will have
जैसे ये लोग
factored this
क्या
into
कहते
your
हैं,
decision, and
एफर्ट
I'm
डालते
sure
नहीं
you
है
are prepared for
इसलिए।
whatever challenges may lie ahead. Indeed I am. So,
भाई
please
कितनी
be
बातें
confident.
करेगा, चल अभी।
When your mind is made up, you ought not be
यहाँ नहीं
worried
जा
about
रहा ना,
things
उससे
which you
उसकी
are
शादी हो
already
रही
well prepared.
है।
Nevertheless, there is just one small aspect of this that puzzles me a little.
मैं को
Please,
वैसे
go
क्या कहते
ahead.
हैं, पूरी क्वेस्ट ना इसमें
You've
एक
been
चीज अच्छी
working
है, वो
hard to bring the Tenryou
आया तो
Commission
हैज
alive.
ब्रेन, वैसा ही क्या कहते
This is
हैं,
positive, and no doubt the beginning of important
he's
change.
brain behind this whole क्या
But on
कहते हैं,
the
वो
other side of this
ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वो
equation,
याशियो कमीशन,
Lady Hiragi's
हाँ,
father,
हाँ।
Hiragi
ये
Shinsuke,
ये
is
चीज, ये
still
क्वेस्ट
in
से बहुत
prison.
अच्छे से पता चल
If
जाता है।
you
हाँ
choose now,
ओके,
of all moments, to announce a
ठीक
marriage
है भाई,
between
ठीक
the
है।
Hiragi and Kujo clans,
और इसके वो
दिमाग है
kinds
इसमें,
of
ठीक है,
rumors
समझ
may
गए।
begin to spread both among the
डेमो में भी
general public
बताते हैं ना, वो क्या कहते
and
हैं,
in the Kanjo
रेजिस्टेंस है
Commission.
ना,
हाँ हाँ
वो
Unlikely to be in either of
अपने
your
फाइट में वो
best
काजुआ और
interests.
वो लोग, वो
हाँ।
यही उन लोगों को छुपाता है।
Couldn't have put it better
वहाँ
myself, Sir
पे
Kamisato.
जब
कहाँ
हम
से?
लोग
Been my
फाइटिंग
biggest
कर रहे होते हैं
concern
ना
for
अंदर
quite a
तब,
while now.
ये कब हुआ
Hiragi
भाई?
Shinsuke is firmly against me having any
हाँ तो मैंने
contact
वही
at
तो
all
कहा,
with
तूने नहीं देखा
Chisato.
क्या इसका डेमो?
In the past, we've always
भाई
had to
यार,
communicate in secret by sending
भाई
letters.
देखा हाँ
So
मैंने।
although now may not look like the best timing for
हाँ
this
तो फिर
marriage,
कैसे पता
यार,
नहीं चला,
probably the
उसके पूरे
only
डेमो में यही
opportunity
तो
we
है।
have.
भाई फिर नहीं देखे।
सिर्फ टीजर देखा होगा तूने, तो फिर डेमो नहीं देखा होगा।
हो सकता है भाई, मैंने कुछ तो देखा
हाँ, वो
था।
3 निकलते हैं ना, हाँ वो 3
हाँ।
चीजें
I can
निकलते
see
हैं ना,
where you're
टीजर,
coming from.
डेमो और वो मिसलेनियस।
But you're only postponing the
Ah.
problem, not solving it.
अच्छा
You
वो
will
आयाका
still
वाला
have
देखा
to
था ना
face
तूने?
it sooner or later.
हाँ मेरे को याद, हाँ
Okay,
मैंने
हाँ।
आया का वाला देखा था
Since
मैंने।
Chisato had the courage to ask me
हाँ
to
हाँ
marry her in
बस
spite of
नहीं नहीं, वो
everything.
तो है, वो
How can
वो
I
तो टीजर है, वो तो ऐसे ही
हाँ।
निकलते हैं।
ठीक।
लुक हाउ प्रिटी अवर
Well,
कैरेक्टर इज,
sort
वो
of.
दिखाने के लिए।
She raised the idea in a
इम्पोर्टेंट
letter.
बात नहीं
After
होती
some
है।
initial
उसके बाद उसका जो
hesitation,
डेमो है ना,
I went
वो
to
पूरा
have
यही
a
है, वो
serious
हम जब अंदर
conversation
लड़ रहे
about
होते
the
हैं ना,
future.
वो सिनियोरा के
It's funny,
साथ, और
actually, because when I
तब
formally proposed to her in
वो
person, she
रेजिस्टेंस को
denied
ना, वो
having ever
स्मगल
written that
करके वो
letter.
टेंसुकाकू के बाहर ये
So coy.
आया तो ही बेचता है, वो बेचता है उन लोगों को।
Really?
हाँ भाई।
She
ठीक
didn't
है।
say. She just acted confused by the whole thing.
Doing a small favor for my sister, ऐसा कहते हैं।
Anyway, as her boyfriend, I knew
नहीं,
she
वो
was
जैसे
interested,
approval
so
वो जैसे
I
टेलीपोर्ट करके आते हैं वो
was
सबके सब
only joking
उधर,
about the letter.
उनको भाई टेलीपोर्टेशन यूज करना आ गया, ऐसा
After
वो
making some
होता है पहले तो।
disgruntled noises
ये
about
टेलीपोर्टेशन से आए हैं, वो टेलीपोर्ट पॉइंट से आए हैं, टेली उठा के लेके आता है।
walking through all the details of the wedding.
वहाँ से नहीं आता
Okay.
वो, ये
So you
इसके
discussed
अंदर
it
निंजा
and
ग्रुप है,
decided
पता
on
है
a
ना?
date.
हाँ
We did. I guess
वो टाइम इसके अंदर
it
काम
was a
करती है,
chance
वो
to
उसका तो पूरा
हाँ,
निंजा
हाँ,
ग्रुप
express our
इसके अंदर
commitment
है।
to
हाँ
one another.
तो वो निंजा
Clearly
ग्रुप
and
से ना
completely.
वो छुपा के रखता है
You
उन
know
लोगों
what?
को,
I think it was
और
about
जैसे हम
time.
बाहर आते हैं ना,
ये
वैसे
क्या है
वो
भाई?
वो
What
लोग भी
happens
आते
next?
हैं।
ये क्या चल रहा है?
Always be there for her as the one person she can always rely on.
ये पता नहीं है,
Give me a
टू मच
break.
इन लव।
ये क्या हुआ भाई?
Sorry, but Paimon's been wanting to say this the whole time. Is it just this dude,
हाँ
or
वही,
does everyone in love act like this? He just won't
टू
stop
मच लव।
talking.
अरे
डायबिटीज हो गई।
ये गेम में लिटरली कोई बात करना रुकता नहीं, वही तो दिक्कत है, कितनी बातें करते हो।
Apologies, my friends. And also to Sir Kamisato.
डायबिटीज हो गई
Son of a
बट यार,
fool.
हाँ
नहीं चलता ऐसा।
On the contrary, seeing you so positively smitten puts my mind at rest. No surer evidence could there be of
अरे
your true
कितनी
feelings
बात,
in your
हाँ चल
initial
ठीक है,
joyous wedding.
स्किप।
Thank you all. We have some other business to it. Very well.
हाँ अभी आके दुल्हन से मिलना है, चलो।
He seems busy.
अरे यार बीच में और डायलॉग, सीधा दुल्हन के पास जाओ
You're
यार।
right. Kujo Kamaji is on cloud 9.
यही तो स्टोरी है।
He
ओके
chalked it
हाँ
up to her being coy, but that doesn't sound like the Hiragi Chisato I know.
अच्छा
Bothers me also. But
मैंने कहा ना
unfortunately,
थोड़ी
attempting to seek the truth of the matter.
भाई शादी के पीछे कुछ सती वाका चल रहा है
Yeah.
इसमें लगा वाका।
Whenever we come across stuff like this in
हाँ।
adventures, we always find a way to get to the bottom of it.
ये ना मुझे
I
थोड़ी
see.
नहीं पसंद आई ये
So
बस
that's
चलता
how
है।
adventurers think.
इतनी भी घटिया नहीं थी वो
In
पहले
my
की जो थोड़ी
opinion,
क्वेस्ट
we
थी ना
face
उसके
two
जैसी।
obstacles in this case.
वो लेवल पे तो अब एक भी
Firstly,
नई क्वेस्ट नहीं
we
पहुंची,
have
इसलिए
very
अच्छी
little
बात है।
information to go
बस
on,
यार भी को
and I
वाली
must be cautious about taking a
नहीं
stance.
नहीं वो पहले की
This
क्वेस्ट नहीं
makes
थी
it
सब, वो जीन
difficult to
जीन था,
investigate.
बाद में डीलुक थे,
हाँ हाँ हाँ
डीलुक की तो अच्छी थी थोड़ी।
हाँ वो भाई
बट क्या कहते हैं?
इतना पहले करी थी भाई, वो याद भी नहीं कि वो करी थी।
Doesn't seem to care.
डीलुक की थोड़ी अच्छी थी, बट क्या कहते हैं वो
हमें वो याद भी नहीं क्या होता था उधर।
He intervened without his blessing.
बाद में लीसा की
Good
क्वेस्ट थी, उसमें भी
intentions
क्या
may
कहते
lead to
हैं?
catastrophic results.
You do have a point.
एक बात तो अच्छी
भाई
है कि क्या कहते हैं,
लीजा की क्वेस्ट
लीसा
तो
को
भाई
कम से कम quest
वो तो याद है, लीजा की क्वेस्ट तो याद है, वो तो मस्त
Everything in
थी,
the world is intertwined.
वो तो मजेदार
What
थी
looks like a
थी।
simple outcome is
लोग
often
नहीं,
resulting
बहुत-
in
किताबों के
बहुत-
खेलने के लिए ककड़ा हुई, लाइब्रेरी में किताबें जो अभी रहे ले
a
चमाट
long and laborious process.
बस थी वो।
मुझे बहुत छोटी लगी वो चालू की क्वेस्ट और खत्म भी हो गई, वैसा था वो।
We have to take this approach, or the work of the Yashiro
बट एज अ
Commissioner
पोस्टर
will
उसको
never be
क्वेस्ट
done.
मिली, वही बहुत बड़ी बात है।
हाँ
Something like this.
नहीं वो जितने भी जो स्टार्टिंग में कैरेक्टर मिले हैं ना, उन सब की बड़ी स्टोरी होगी। लाइक एम्बर को छोड़ के, एम्बर तो क्या ही करेगी, काया और लीजा की होगी भाई स्टोरी, काया और लीजा की बहुत बढ़िया स्टोरी
एम्बर
होगी।
की स्टोरी होगी।
Then it is acceptable.
एक मिनट, ये
तुम्हें रूम में लीजा की नहीं होनी चाहिए।
We don't know yet.
लीसा की भी होगी और
We don't
उसकी
know
भी
what
होगी,
Hiragi
एम्बर की भी।
Chisato's thoughts are, do we?
एम्बर की क्यों होगी?
कैमियो टाइप अपीयरेंस होगा ऐसा लग
I'm
रहा है मुझे।
impressed by your ability to zero in on
ऐसा
the issue
क्या
from
कहते
such a
हैं?
short meeting. Most
जस्ट
insightful of you.
एन assumption।
Huh?
अच्छा भाई,
Chisato and Kamaji have already talked
hi,
about each other,
Subhash.
haven't they?
Only if we are to take Kujo Kamaji
वो
at his
क्या है?
word.
हम्म
There are two sides to every story.
वो
I wish to know Hiragi Chisato's
लीसा
angle
के
on
लिए क्या
this.
कहते हैं?
Huh.
उसको मुझे नहीं लगता इतने जल्दी उसका वो जो सीसीट वाला एंगल है ना,
Don't
वो
worry.
नहीं,
अभी करेगा वैसा नहीं
I was
लगता
planning to
मुझे।
visit
नहीं
the
वो
Hiragi
वही
plant
200
to
साल की
deliver
भाई
my best
बेस्ट
wishes
स्टूडेंट है
anyway.
लीजा, तो कुछ तो होगा
Let's
उधर
take the
लीजा का।
opportunity to hear her
नहीं,
thoughts.
अभी नहीं होगा, अभी नहीं
If
होगा।
she's as committed
ये
as
क्या
Kujo
कहते हैं? एक मिनट,
Kamaji, perhaps they can navigate the
नहीं
challenges
उधर ना
ahead successfully.
उधर का जो वो रहेगा ना, स्कूल रहेगा ना,
Not.
उस स्कूल में फोटो लगी हुई होगी उसकी।
Well,
हाँ
life
वैसे
is
होगा, बट
always a
अभी नहीं
smooth
होगा।
journey.
वो कैसे ये सब में इनाजुमा में कैसे अभी स्कारम उसकी स्टोरी बाकी है, बाद में यूए में कैसे वो जेट चेम्बर राइज हुआ था, वैसे आर्कन क्वेस्ट खत्म हो जाएगी ना, उसके बाद थोड़े
भाई
साल
जेट
बाद।
चेम्बर तो आर्कन क्वेस्ट ही है, जेट चेम्बर राइज तो
नहीं नहीं, वो
आर्कन
बाद
क्वेस्ट
में
ही थी।
आएगी। नहीं नहीं, वो आर्कन क्वेस्ट थी, बट क्या कहते हैं, अब उसमें मेन स्टोरी वाइज तो कुछ नहीं था, सिर्फ जेट चेम्बर आगे ऊपर बढ़ा रहे वैसा ही था, वो सेना क्वेस्ट थी।
हाँ सना
आर्कन क्वेस्ट तो क्या
थी।
कहते हैं, हाँ वही जस्ट थी एज एन आर्कन क्वेस्ट।
हाँ
उसमें क्या है, उसके जैसी होगी क्या कहते
लेकिन ना
हैं।
इन्होंने वो बाकी सब जैसे कि वो जैसे मॉन्स्टैड में थे, मॉन्स्टैड के जो
हाँ,
अपने
हाँ।
को फ्री में मिले जो लोग, काया लीजा एम्बर,
हाँ हाँ
इन देख एम्बर तो नहीं लेकिन काया और लीजा को भाई बहुत वो दिया है, बहुत डेंस बैक स्टोरी देने
हाँ,
वाले
हाँ।
हैं या दी हुई है।
उनको
और वे-
तो अभी नहीं, वो बाद में आएगा। हाँ वही
हाँ,
काया तो कानरिया में
काया तो
आएगा,
एंड
वो
में आएगा, वो पता है मेरे को, लेकिन
वही-
या तो
वो
दी
भी
है या तो
बढ़ने वाला
देने
है।
वाले हैं,
बाद में
और
होगा।
फिर वैसे कैरेक्टर और नहीं आ रहे हैं
हाँ
जितने भी एल्बिडो है वो भी मॉन्स्टैड का है, सारे ऐसे जो ऐसे
नहीं,
लोअर
ये
वाले कैरेक्टर है वो
काजुआ
मॉन्स्टैड ही है ना।
काजुआ वो पूरे इनाजुमा में इम्पोर्टेंट था बे, काजुआ।
अरे वो
भूल
तो
गया
ऐसे ही,
क्या?
अरे उसको तो भाई उसके दोस्त को कूट दिया गया था, उसके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट था ना वो तो।
हाँ तो क्या हुआ बाद में, अभी तुम्हें रूम है ना,
हाँ
वो
No touching.
एज क्या कहते हैं, वो लीसा की क्वेस्ट में है कि उसका कारण है, क्योंकि क्या कहते हैं, इतने जल्दी अभी उनको जरूरत नहीं है दूसरे कैरेक्टर की स्टोरी कहने में। एक बार वो जो क्या कहते हैं, क्योंकि जो सुमेरु में सीक्रेट है ना, वो लीसा को ऑलरेडी पता है। उसको
तो
कोई
बता
क्यों
क्यों
नहीं मिला,
नहीं?
इसलिए वो मतलब मॉन्स्टर पे आ गई।
तो बता क्यों नहीं देती हो?
रिटायर होने के लिए, रिटायर होने के लिए वो मॉन्स्टर पे आई है ना।
अरे तो रिटायरमेंट से भाई उसको ही कन्फ्रंटेशन आना चाहिए लीजा के साथ, क्योंकि तेरे को पता था कि ऐसा सब चल रहा है, फिर बताया काहे को नहीं?
नहीं वो नहीं आएगा, वो अभी नहीं आएगा, वो बाद में आएगा जब
भाई
क्या कहते हैं,
कभी भी आए लेकिन आना चाहिए,
गेम में होगा ना,
कन्फ्रंटेशन आना
तब वो
चाहिए
क्या
भाई
कहते हैं,
बस।
हाँ,
There is still much
नहीं
to
नहीं वो तो
prepare for
बहुत
the
देर है,
wedding.
उसको तो 4-5 साल है।
ना
क्योंकि क्या कहते
Should we
हैं,
also invite some prominent business
वो
leaders
पूरा
who frequently
तेवर
visit
डिस्कवर कर
YouTube?
लेगी, उसके बाद अंडरवर्ल्ड में वो अबिसल पावर डिस्कवर करेगा ना, उसके बाद
At the
कन्फ्रंटेशन
very
है,
least, we should
क्योंकि
send
Nah.
invitations.
वो ये जो आर्कोन के जितने भी पावर है ना, वो सब तो लीसा ने एक्सप्लोर कर लिया है ऑलरेडी।
Hello there.
नहीं, सारे पावर थोड़ी ना कर लिए रहेंगे।
हाँ कर ली है,
To what do we owe the honor on
वो
this fine
सबसे
day?
As it
यंगेस्ट
happens,
स्कॉलर थी वो
I'm here
सुमेरु में
regarding
से।
the same wedding I
हाँ लेकिन
believe I
सुमेरु में
introduced
तो
you
और-
just now.
तो उसको डेंड्रो
I
क्यों नहीं
come
मिला
here with
फिर?
felicitations
उसको
of the
डेंड्रोविजन क्यों नहीं मिला फिर?
Would Lady Hiragi happen
अच्छा
to be
उसके
available
पढ़ना
at
तू
this moment?
कैरेक्टर स्टोरी,
All ladies
मेरी
are
सुनना
attending
फ्रेंडशिप
guests
10 है
right
वो।
now, and we're not entirely sure how long
अच्छा
she will
फ्रेंडशिप
be.
10 थोड़ी, फ्रेंडशिप 6 तक ही चला नहीं होता है, उसके बाद वो तो
We will
फलना पड़
arrange
जाता
some
है।
tea and snacks for you and your attendants.
Hey, Paimon is not an attendant.
अरे
You misunderstand. These two are dear friends.
You're too kind.
We don't
बस
wish
थोड़ा
to
जल्दी
impose.
चलो यार।
We'll just wander around in the general area.
चलता है,
Apologies
चलता
for the
रहता है।
interruption while you're busy with preparations. Please, let us know once Lady Hiragi is available.
Nonsense, Commissioner. No imposition at all. This wedding is a joyful occasion, and all the other clans who serve the Hiragi clan are most delighted for them indeed. We're merely doing the best we can to make this wedding as grand an affair as
भाई
possible.
किससे साफ कर रही थी वो
When the
खिड़की
time
को?
comes, we'll invite everyone in the clan and even the general public to attend.
That sounds splendid. We'll leave you to it.
Take care, Commissioner.
क्या हुआ?
ये खिड़की साफ कर रही है?
Hence why I dislike small talk.
किससे?
Our timing was not ideal, but never mind.
मैजिक,
I
तेवर
spotted
has
a
his
stall
own
on
law.
the way over where we can pass the time. The owner always manages to come up with novel ideas. I'm one of his regular customers.
बेचारा तोमा, रेस्ट इन
हाँ।
पीस।
With the win. Oh, it's Tomoki.
ओके भाई, तोमोकी कौन है भाई?
Good to see you again. Seems like
Tomoki
you're always
कौन
showing
है?
up with VIP in tow.
Oh? So you know the owner as well?
Yep, we tried a
भाई,
Dango milk a while back.
अच्छा ये डांगो मिल्क वाला है, अच्छा।
हाँ।
ये वो कार्टून आदमी है।
So you were
हाँ,
involved in that.
राइडन शोगन को डांगो में एडिक्शन लगा दिया।
Had anything to do with you two. I always order one of his creative drinks whenever I pass the stall. The flavor is always new and interesting. When I noticed he'd
इसके
set
बाद
up
क्या
shop in
कहते हैं?
Rio, I simply had to try.
कैरेक्टर डेवलपमेंट। इसके बाद इसका देख बिजनेस बढ़ गया, ये खुद कहता है।
More and more people are willing
देखा?
to give my creative cuisine a shot. It gave me the confidence to decide that
भाई
I would
पाइमॉन
stick to
डिश कब
creative
बना रहा है
cuisine
तू?
from now on. On the one hand, I wanted more people
पता
to
है
be
ये
able
लोग
to
क्या
try out
कहते हैं,
my
इनाजुमा
culinary
इधर जो कहते
creations.
हैं बिग लिस्ट।
On the other hand, I wanted my customers to experience the joy of being
उन
creative
लोगों ने
too.
देखा, हाँ, अपना राइडन शोगन क्या कहते हैं, डांगो मिल्क एंजॉय।
All new
Yeah.
business concept.
सबको
Sounds
खिलाओ।
interesting. What is it this time?
I've decided
हम
to
भी
give
डांगो
complete
मिल्क
creative
खाए।
control to the customer. I offer all sorts of ingredients, and they pick and choose
Right,
whatever they
I've
want to mix
decided-
with their milk or tea.
ये अपने किया नहीं थी क्या ये चीज?
As well as
हाँ,
diamonds,
अभी
ये
लोग-
इवेंट
वो
नहीं था क्या ये?
WhatsApp
black sugar, and sunsettia.
Do they really go well with milk? Hard to imagine, but who knows? It could be delicious.
What if I were to choose some ingredients you
को
don't
पता
have?
नहीं है
here?
रे।
Would that be okay?
Well, I guess so. Any novel ideas you have, Commissioner, please feel free to tell. The whole idea was to let my customers express their creativity freely. So, of course, I shouldn't place restrictions on the ingredients.
Excellent. There are a few things I'd like to try. Lavender melon, seagrass, and sea ganoderma.
पागल है क्या ये?
टेस्ट कितना खराब है। हाँ वही, इसका टेस्ट कितना खराब है देख।
हाँ
I do indeed. Why? What's wrong?
You really think that's gonna turn out tasting good?
It's all about the experience. The taste is secondary. It's great to try new things.
ये तो देख।
Traveler.
हैं? पागल है क्या ये?
हाँ वही, it's all about the
हेलो मुस्तफा भाई let's go Dango I'm I ain't trying that bullshit.
An
Ah,
ordinary
wait.
choice, but there's nothing wrong with that. 2 dongo
Yes.
nuts and 1 milk with lavender melon.
Okay.
No problem.
लैवेंडर में फिर भी चलता है, वो फ्रूट का वो है थोड़ा कि चल ये फ्रूट है, इसको
नहीं
खानी
नहीं
है।
नहीं 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 लैवेंडर में तूने उसका डिस्क्रिप्शन नहीं पढ़ा ना।
Dongo milk tastes pretty good
It's a
once you
bitter
get used to
tasting
it.
fruit। यानी कारेला कहते हैं, खाना वाना वैसा है।
A most memorable texture.
हाँ
A success, I'd say.
हाँ।
पागल है क्या?
You seemed pretty positive, but Paimon still thinks there are better combinations.
Taste
Okay.
is your key concern, yes?
Obviously, tasty food and drinks are some of life's most important pursuits.
True.
Well said.
True.
हाँ
If I
वही,
could say the same
इस
as
बात पे तो मैं भी एग्री
I
करता
believe I'd be a
हूँ।
very content man.
Hmm.
Yes. No one has unlimited energy, and I try to conserve mine for the things that really count. To create some mental breathing room,
what
I
about-
try not to overthink the less critical matters. Having my sister attend public events in my stead, and having Toma as housekeeper has also been a great help, and allowed me to focus.
भाई काम वाली बाई को ठुमा बोल रहा है भाई।
Here, though, right? Is there anything else to think about than what we're doing right now?
1 or 2 things.
भाई उसके बाद वो विजन की पर आदमी इसी घर पे काम वाली बाई बन के बैठा
I
है
noticed something before
और
we left
एनपीसी
the
कुछ नहीं कर रहा
Hiragi's
है।
residence.
एनपीसी बस ऐसे ही मौज कर रहे हैं और क्या।
No, it was just a small detail. I was curious to know their thoughts on the wedding. Naturally, they responded that all other clans are happy for the Hiragi clan, but that's not the truth.
इसे 3 तो क्लैन है, 2 की शादी हो रही है, अकेला इसी का ये कामी सातो क्लैन ही बचा जो कुछ नहीं है।
नहीं 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 नहीं, क्लैन
Hiragi
नहीं है,
Sato is
इन
the sole
कमीशन
remaining
है।
pillar of her
हाँ।
clan.
कमीशन के अंदर
Now
बहुत
she
छोटी
plans to
छोटी
marry
क्लैंस
into the
है वैसा।
Kojo clan.
अच्छा
If I belong to one of the assisting clans
उनमें
to
से
the
ये
Hiragis,
है ना, वो बड़ी
I'm
क्लैंस
not
है,
be feeling
कामी सातो क्लैन,
optimistic
कुचो
about the
क्लैन
future.
और वो इराकी
But they
क्लैन,
didn't mention a
इराकी
word
का।
about that.
हाँ
They
हाँ
simply
वही
said
वही
they were
इराकी
delighted
क्लैन।
for them. These are not
और क्या
unintelligent
कहते हैं,
people.
बाकी सब छोटी छोटी
I
क्लैंस भी
highly
है
doubt
जो
it
क्या
is
कहते हैं,
because they
उनके
simply do
पोजीशन
not
के लिए उनके
realize.
पीछे पड़ी होती है।
I
इंटरनल
imagine they
पॉलिटिक्स।
didn't want to discuss family issues in
हो
front of
सकता है।
outsiders.
हाँ वो
But still, the more I
राइडन
think
शोगुन के
back
पहले
over that
क्वेस्ट में वैसा ही था ना,
conversation,
वो कुजो
more
क्लैन
does
के
it
सामने
sit
वो
right.
उसने
Keep a close eye
वो
on them, Hisashi.
कौन था, नाम भूल गया
Yes,
उसका,
sir.
टीपर से कुछ था, वो वाले क्लैन ने रिवॉल्ट कर दिया था, उनके जगह पे अभी वो
This is one
हाँ,
of
फिर
the
कुजो
उससे-
कमीशन
trusted
हैंडल
members of the
करेगा।
हाँ फिर बाल की
वैसा ही
फाइट
था ना
वो
वो।
नॉन विजन
हाँ।
होल्डर गधे से करवाई थी।
Merely
हाँ हाँ,
doing
उसके बाद वो क्या कहते
Keep
हैं,
a
हाँ
close
उसके
watch
बाद
on the
उसने
clan
फिर से कुजो
representatives
क्लैन
we
को
met
क्या
today.
कहते हैं,
हाँ
well received. I'm on the
कुजो
case.
क्लैन ही रहेगा
Oh,
उसका
and I
ये
almost forgot. That
एंड जो
milk I
कमीशन
just
का हेड
had,
वैसा कह दिया था।
please order one more and deliver it to Toma.
As you wish, sir.
भाई क्यों परेशान कर रहा है उसको?
Oh no, poor Toma.
मुझे क्या लगता है, तोमा ने ना पहले पहले आया पे लाइन मारी होगी इसलिए।
हाँ हो सकता है।
Thank you
और
kindly.
हो सकता
थोमा
है।
थोमा
हाँ
पसंद
भाई
नहीं आई
ऐसे ही
होगी।
थोड़ी ना, ऐसे ही थोड़ी ना वो अपना देश छोड़ के विजन उठा के काम वाली भाई बन के बैठा है।
वही, इसको ना वो बात पसंद नहीं आई होगी, और आया ने भी कहा होगा, I like you but as a friend।
हाँ तो वो बैठ के उधर से वो फ्रेंड जोन से निकलने की कोशिश कर रहा है, ये उसे काम निकलवा रहा है अपना।
हाँ वही, इसको भी ये बात पसंद नहीं है, ये कहते इसलिए बस उसका ना बदला ले रहा है ये।
हाँ
At least that's how it is in my head canon। अब उसके बाद पता नहीं क्या है रियलिटी।
अरे
Hey, nice to see you again, Chisato.
हाँ भाई कितने भाई 6 महीने बाद आए वापस इधर।
Guests, but I didn't know it was you two.
It's been a while, Lady Hiragi. How have you been faring?
This is a rare privilege, Sir Kamisato. It is not often that I have the chance to meet you, let alone here in the comfort of my own home. I'm doing very well indeed, thank you. You must be so busy. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and congratulate Kamaji and I. It really means a lot.
But of course, the Tri-Commission are the
भाई
servants of the
दिक्कत क्या
Shogun,
होने
and we
वाली
should
है?
look out for
कुछ
one
तो
another.
होने वाला है, इतना पता है मेरे को. ऐसे
We visited Sir
स्मूथली
Kujo
शादी
just
तो
now.
नहीं होगी ये.
It's clear that he's very much looking forward to the wedding.
हाँ.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कि कहते हैं
Perhaps his joy is infectious. For I
मैंने
am now
जब ये
feeling
क्वेस्ट
rather
चालू की थी
elated
ना
myself.
तो मुझे ऐसा ही था
I sincerely
शादी
wish
तो
you a
होने वाली है
joyful
नहीं,
wedding
चलो अभी
and
कौन
happy
रोकने वाला है
marriage.
शादी, वो उसका नाम बता दो.
Thank you for
मैं
your
पूरी
kind
क्वेस्ट ऐसे ही
words.
खेला, बोल अभी कौन रोकने वाला
This was
है.
not an
नहीं
easy
नहीं
decision to
देख,
make.
मेरे को पता है शादी तो होने वाली है क्योंकि भाई इनाज़ के स्टार्ट में ही ये चीज हुई थी.
I'm sure the news will cause something of a stir.
उन्होंने या तो स्टार्टिंग से सोच के रखा था कि कुछ होगा ये चीज का, या तो उन्होंने भाई ऐसा सोचा कि भाई ये अनटाइड नॉट पड़ी है, इसको उठा लेते हैं.
Yes. To be honest, I'm still a little nervous about it.
नहीं नहीं
all.
देख उसकी बात क्या कि ये है ना आया तो की क्वेस्ट
His
है.
promises have comforted me a lot.
It sounds
मुझे क्या
like you
कहते
have
हैं
some
ये क्वेस्ट
considerable
चालू करने से
reservations
पहले ही
for the
डाउट था कि
Hiragi.
हाँ कुछ नहीं होने वाला है.
Well,
कौन रोकने आने वाला है?
there are so many things I need to
क्योंकि
consider.
ये
In
कमीशन ये
case you
सब
were
तो नहीं
wondering,
करता है ना,
I
मैरिज
was
और
not actually entertaining VIPs
और
just
आया तो
now.
की क्वेस्ट है.
I was in fact meeting with one of the Kanjo Commission's officers, Shinojo. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. He charged in
ये
all
वो
of a sudden
वन
and said that
साइडेड
he had
लवर है.
something very
हाँ.
important to tell me. He didn't mince his words. Basically, he doesn't want me to marry Kamachi.
He finally went there, bruh. Bruh.
He has always been a calm and contained person who never acts out of line. I was quite shocked to see him so agitated. But despite all that, what he was saying made a lot of sense. He thinks that now is a bad time for this wedding to happen.
क्यों?
He pointed out that I am like the final pillar propping up my clan. If I marry into the Kujo clan, that pillar is taken away. There will no longer be a voice of authority in the Hiragi clan. And it could be a disastrous move for my personal image too.
तो हिरागी वो मर तो जाएंगे ना वो दोनों.
Big family though, right? What's the big deal?
Traditionally, in Inazuma, clan affiliation influences every facet of life. After the wedding, Lady Hiragi will belong to the Kujo clan. The Kanjo Commission's attitude toward you may undergo some significant changes thereafter.
Precisely. This is a terrible thing to be saying, but I'm starting to have second thoughts. Maybe I went along with it all too easily. Maybe I allowed myself to be pushed into this. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I'm making my guests listen to me complain.
बहुत बढ़िया पॉइंट नहीं बना रहे क्या अब ये लोग?
The Yashiro
Like
Commission has a duty
in-game
to
clans जो है,
Now that I've heard your concerns,
वो obviously reference किसी और चीज को कर रहे हैं.
for instance, by helping you gather your
तेरा
thoughts on
ऐसे.
the matter. Now,
लेकिन
heard from Sir Kujo
James
that his
बहुत ज्यादा नहीं
decision
बना
to
रही है
tie the
बात.
knot was prompted by a letter he received from you. But we've also heard that you did not write that letter. Sir Kujo thought that perhaps you were just being coy. Oh, dear. Perhaps I should have kept that part to
आगे
myself.
आगे स्टोरी क्या कहते हैं देख.
But that was... It was just a prop in his playful proposal, wasn't it? It was clearly purpose designed, what with all the fancy lettering and so on.
Fancy lettering, you say? So I am to understand that had it not been for this letter, you two may not have chosen this moment to be wed?
When it comes down to it... Yes, I think so. Oh.
Sir Kujo maintains that the letter was penned by your hand.
Huh? But then...
Either way, it's wonderful to see how much you both trust one another. In that sense, you could say that the origin of the letter is ultimately not of great importance. Who knows?
नहीं इम्पोर्टेंस तो होगा ना भाई. वही तो शादी वो कुछ तो होने वाला है ना, उसी के लिए तो डाली है ये चीज.
Particular reason to be forthcoming with us about the details of his playful proposal.
भाई करण भाई नो किसको नो कर रहा है?
I understand. As you say, ultimately, but my position does matter. But now, I think I should give it some more thought.
Marriage is the most important decision of your life.
Mm-hmm.
It is also part of the Yashiro Commission's job to help people through difficult times. I say this as an advocate for you personally, and for the Hiragi clan. Please, do not be compelled by circumstances to make any decision that goes against your... To be together with the one you love is a sacred thing. It is my earnest wish that both of you may enjoy a bright and beautiful future, not a bittersweet one.
I'll take to heart every word you have said to me.
All that matters is that you follow your heart. Since you'll be needing some time to think things over, we will excuse ourselves.
Oh, wait! Let me see you out.
Thank you, Lady Hiragi, but there will be no need. Traveler, let's find somewhere to talk.
Lord thickens.
Yes.
भाई इतना दूर जाके कौन बात करता है?
पता है मुझे डाउट कहाँ से हुआ? ये जैसे मुझे पता चला ना, ओके क्या कहते हैं वो कामाजी और चिसाटो का मैरिज है, तो मुझे पहले से पता चल गया। ओ नहीं नहीं नहीं
कुछ तो गड़बड़,
ये हो नहीं सकता।
कुछ तो गड़बड़ झालो है।
हाँ वही।
Hayato, why did you give her such vague suggestions? Couldn't you just have told her what you'd do in her position? Because Paimon's pretty sure you have an idea.
I've said everything I can, given the Yashiro Commission's stance. Interfering too much with other commissions' domestic issues will only create trouble. The more I think about it, the stranger this all seems. But Hiragi Chisato has yet to see it. We must be vigilant.
Strange? In what way?
Someone wants Hiragi Chisato to be married as soon as possible, and if my guess is right, it is someone from within the Kanjo Commission. This person is presumably also responsible for the mysterious and misleading letter.
तो अगर चलो उसकी शादी हो भी गई तो मतलब वही होगा ना, हिरागी क्लैन को, मतलब हिरागी जो भी है उसका क्या है, वो क्लैन के ऊपर क्या है, एसोसिएशन।
आगे 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 आएगा, आगे आएगा, आगे आएगा। क्यों ये सब हो रहा है? पावर स्ट्रगल पे।
Worried about Hiragi Chisato's future, while the heads of the supporting clans ostensibly have no concern at all. It doesn't add up. When someone's words and actions do not match, you need to infer their intentions from their behavior.
देखा?
Yes. It's a smart strategy. Far superior to the one adopted by the Tenryou Commission's Takatsukasa clan.
ये देख वो पेस्ट में था ना वो।
अच्छा, वो विजन एंड डिग्री वाले।
हाँ, उनके अंदर भी था ना ये इंटरनल स्ट्रगल, वो कामाजी और वो फाइट, वो जो सामने वाली क्लैन थी ना, वो ये ताकात्सुकात्सु को तो
हाँ वो उधर वाली, क्या नाम है उसका, कोकोमी के घर वाली।
नहीं रे, वो कोकोमी कहाँ पे आई बीच में? वो तो अंदर, वो तो
have explained it away as a misguided but well-meaning matchmaking attempt by a member of the family. But if the letter were to achieve its goal, as it has so far, the perpetrator would successfully weaken the Hiragi clan without ever having to lift a finger against them, all under the guise of simply encouraging a wedding. With Hiragi Chisato having married into the Kujo clan and the head of the Hiragi clan in prison, challenges to the Hiragi clan's leadership would begin to emerge throughout the ranks of the Kanjo Commission. Actually, we have evidence.
क्या एविडेंस है तेरे पास? शिनोजू का वो वन साइड वाला। वो क्यों करेगा?
नहीं, वो नहीं कर रहा।
ये बोल रहा है वो कर रहा है।
आगे है।
अरे
नहीं, ये बोल रहा है कि एविडेंस है, वो कर रहा है वैसे नहीं बोल रहा। डिफरेंस है ना दोनों में। कल्प्रिट और एविडेंस में डिफरेंस होता है ना।
अच्छा।
Yes, sir.
That's the second time you've done that. I'm not gonna deal with this.
Did they take one of the Kanjo Commission officers?
Yes. His name is Shinojo.
As I expected. They cannot afford to let this opportunity pass them by. They have to act now while the Hiragi clan is at its weakest. Hiragi Chisato had been persuaded by Kujo Kamaji, and the wedding was sure to go ahead. But after Chisato's meeting with Shinojo, she began to have second thoughts. In their eyes, Officer Shinojo has interfered with their plan.
But why did they suspect him and not us?
Someone was eavesdropping on our conversation with Chisato the entire time. That's why I was a little reserved.
भाई इसको ये कैसे पता पड़ा? ऐसे हवा में क्यों फेंक रहा है ये अब?
ये नहीं
हवा में फेंक रहा है?
नहीं नहीं ये निंजा
Whoever is behind this will not allow their plan to fail.
हाँ वो पता है कि सारे निंजा हैं, लेकिन हवा में फेंक देगा कुछ भी अभी?
Her stance was so
हवा में नहीं फेंक रहा और क्या कहते हैं? आयु है ना, को वो ट्राइन मेडल है ना, यानी यामिको है ना, यामिको के अलावा सिर्फ यही स्पॉट कर सकता है हर बार आयु को।
And she formally marries into the Kujo clan. She will lose her title as daughter of the Hiragi clan.
He knows about whispers, वो क्या कहते हैं, hiding and whispering.
Okay, right.
Marriage is such a trap.
True, agreed.
बच्चा बोला अभी और तू भी एग्री कर रहा है
भाई तू अग्री नहीं कर रहा है बात गलत है तू
pawns do their work. This is what makes their approach so smart. We meanwhile are out in the open. If we attempt to stop this wedding from happening, we will become the villains of the story and face immense public backlash.
So what are we gonna do?
शादी रुकवानी है लेकिन ड्रामा करके नहीं। शादी का केक गायब करा दो, एंगेजमेंट रिंग गायब करवा दो, शादी खत्म।
First things first, we must go and rescue Shinojo. He has done nothing wrong and does not deserve to be punished. Tell me where Shinojo is. We'll head off right now.
I guess यहाँ पे डोमेन आएगा एक।
ना।
अरे हर वो स्टोरी में यही तो होता है कि मतलब कि कल वो पता पड़ता है कि इधर जाने का है, फिर वहाँ पे एक डोमेन होता है।
फिर डोमेन स्टोरी में नहीं है, स्टोरी में नहीं है, ये देखा यहाँ पे।
अच्छा
यूई में एक स्टोरी में भी का डोमेन था।
ओहो मुखाते गुरुनो का me. Okay.
Stop this at once. It's the Yashiro commissioner.
वैसे तो आया की स्टोरी में भी डोमेन नहीं था।
We take orders from our master.
हाँ तो आयाटो की तो क्वेस्ट चल रही है।
आया का।
अच्छा। हाँ भाई उसकी तो अलग लेवल भी थी भाई। भाई वन ऑफ दी बेस्ट थी भाई उसकी। अच्छा इसे खेलना है।
Who goes there? Get them.
तो खेलना उससे?
नहीं। खेले। हाँ। Poor soul. मुझे दया आ गई। भाई नाइस ठीक है। Good enough भाई, कोई बॉक्स नहीं थे। खाली तरफ फ्रीज मेल्ट कुछ हुआ।
We must report to master right away.
नहीं अच्छा ही डैमेज है ना ये।
हाँ।
No need to follow them.
पाइमोन अकेली जाके कर भी क्या लेगी?
We need bait to catch the fish anyway. Leave them be. I think I saw a key fall to the ground during the fight. Let's free Shinojo first. But in all the chaos, it must have been kicked to one side.
अरे यार।
It's a tanuki? Oh, don't tell Paimon that the tanuki took.
Let's follow it and see.
अरे उधर ढूंढ लो यार, सीधा उसके पीछे क्यों पड़ रहे हो? हाँ सही है, इसे खेलना है।
चाबी लेके चला गया।
चल गया वो। वापिस तो आ।
नहीं तुझे ढूंढना है, मैं जगह बता दूं कहाँ पे।
अरे इधर मिल जाएगा। अरे ये रहा।
इस बार दिख गया।
हाँ
पहली बार तो ऐसे गायब हो गया ना, पता ही नहीं चलता कहाँ चला गया वो।
हो रहा। अरे यार
नहीं, दूसरी तीसरी बार में नहीं, वो
ठीक है।
क्या कहते हैं, नहीं अब कुछ नहीं करना वो।
हाँ कुछ नहीं करना ना। तो धन्यवाद।
वो पहली बार में यही था, वो अचानक ही गायब हो जाता है।
अरे F दबाना है रे, E नहीं दबाना है।
हाँ वही मैं सोच रहा था।
It was terrifying. They said they were gonna throw the cage into the sea with me still inside.
अरे रे।
Oh, wait, you have to listen to me. Lady Chisato's wedding. It's all part of a scheme.
We know.
Someone's trying to use the wedding for their own ends.
I know.
Really?
Our suspicions were roused to this possibility, and so far, everything is unfolding rather as we
ये
expected.
NPC है, अब तक playable character नहीं बन पाया।
Those behind this plan are not going to give up easily. Their next move is imminent. We must devise sufficient countermeasures.
Yashiro Commissioner, you're personally going to take action?
This situation has consequences for the whole Tri-Commission, and the stability of all Inazuma is at stake. My hitherto neutral stance ends now. The almighty Shogun has always despised these pathetic power games. As a...
That's true.
Shinojo, don't return to your post yet. Find somewhere safe, traveler. Paimon. Let's get out of here.
किसी को शक नहीं होता कि ये उड़ती कैसे रहती है पाइमॉन? कोई बोलता ही नहीं है कि ये उड़ क्यों रही है, कैसे उड़ रही है ये?
I hear you showed up here with no explanation and attacked my men. You wouldn't happen to be carrying out some sort of secret mission, now would you?
I heard that someone was taking the law into their own hands. As a responsible official of Inazuma, I could not in good conscience stand idly by. Shinojo may be your retainer, but the law does not grant you the right to abuse him.
Abuse? Nonsense. I was just teaching him a lesson. Out of nowhere, a low-ranking officer decides to barge in on Lady Hiragi and start spouting out the most absurd and insulting nonsense one can imagine. A truly egregious loss of decorum. I dare say, the poor lady was terrified.
So, you're saying that you know absolutely nothing of the reasons for his actions? Because otherwise, why would you describe it as out of nowhere?
Two people from two different clans are getting
वो
married.
पीछे पाइमॉन out of brain juice है।
And yet this young gentleman took it upon himself to fabricate a nonsensical disaster story around it. How should I know
पाइमॉन को
what he was
क्रायोस लाइन
thinking?
चाहिए।
वो तो क्या बोलते हैं, ये तो ऐसे कोर्ट में खड़े हुए दूसरे पॉइंट आउट करते हैं रे, वो चल रहा है उधर।
हाँ वही ऑब्जेक्शन, इसमें वैसा भी नहीं है। तो मजा
The Hiragi clan, the most distinguished member of the Konjo Commission. We are, and always will be, her loyal assistants. It's our duty to see that she never has to worry about anything. Loyalty and duty are our guiding principles. Not only did this guard show no regard for either, he went out of his way to upset our lady. How can one do such a thing? Even if we put it down to a rare moment of impulsivity. I have to say, I'm surprised to see one of such noble standing as yourself rushing to his defense.
Darn it! This guy is good. Annoyingly good.
Funny. I'm suddenly reminded of an anecdote I'd like to share with you. There's not been a dull moment since I
ये
took
देखा
up
ये क्या बात हुई? तूने अच्छा पॉइंट रखा तो मैं कहावत सुनाऊंगा। क्या क्या बोलना क्या चाहते हो तुम?
सटल छत। ये इसकी कहावत सुनना दे।
A merchant abroad once told me about a curious kind of bird with the most extraordinarily long tongue. So long, in fact, you can tie 2 knots in the portion of it that extends out of its beak.
Okay.
I'm sure someone as erudite as yourself could be able to guess what people do with these unusual avians.
Keep them as pets.
You'd think, wouldn't you? But there's a catch. You see, this bird is of no use to humans whatsoever, and certainly doesn't make a suitable pet. If you catch one, The best thing you can do is actually cut its tongue off and throw it out of the window. The reason they give is this. The longest tongue has the most to say, but don't be deceived as it chirps away, lest the song it sings lead you astray.
I say, Yashiro Commissioner, are you here simply to mock the Kanjo Commission?
Far from it.
भाई क्या कर रहा है?
The Kanjo Commission is made up of honorable individuals, upright and forthright, conscientious and loyal. It is unbecoming of such people to resort to lies, deception, and filibustering, all as part of a plan to remove Lady Hiragi from her position in the Kanjo Commission.
Yashiro Commissioner, please don't make accusations without any evidence.
The evidence is standing right in front of me, is it not? I have a credible witness who can confirm you were quick to try and make him disappear as soon as he said something that you did not like. Ugh, dear me. I can't believe the Grand Matsura clan is now represented by someone with less of a sense of loyalty than even an ordinary servant.
भाई शॉट फायर कर रहा है भाई। ये रे पता है क्या कर रहा है? जान के उसे सब बोल रहा है ताकि पहले वो मारे फिर मैं मारूं ताकि मेरे पे नाम ना आए। वो काम कर रहा है।
In your years of service to the Shogun, not only have you managed to glean nothing good from the people around you, you have also let yourself be blinded by self-interest. And now you have ruined your once bright future. I'm not angry, Mr. Matsura.
Yeah, I'm just
Is that right? Then tell me, if you're so bright, what exactly do you think you can do to me? This is at most a Kanjo Commission issue. We'll handle this amongst ourselves. You are reaching rather outside of your bounds, Yashiro Commissioner. If you seek to involve yourself
प्रोटैगनिस्ट कौन जैसी शक्ल वाले बंदे को तो ये बोल रहा है?
as to question your motives in doing so, I think you are simply opposed to an alliance between the Kanjo Commission and Tenryo Commission, because the new balance of power in the Tri-Commission would be a threat to you personally. So you come here with an elaborate excuse to try and break up this marriage.
So, that's how you view it. Well, I have to admit,
भाई बात करते करते दिन से रात हो गई गेम में।
monitoring the power balance within the Tri-Commission.
Let me be crystal clear. This wedding is going to happen, and nothing is going to change that. The notices have already been sent out. All of Inazuma City knows about it now. Most of the public weren't aware that Kujo Kamaji and Hiragi Chisato were courting. But you can bet it's all anybody's talking about now. Once the notices go out, that's it. The wedding is a sure thing, even if it hasn't happened just yet.
I see. It seems like I was wrong.
So suddenly we see eye to eye?
I had expected you to at least be smarter than most. But it seems that I was gravely mistaken.
ये तो पायवन से भी गया है।
चलो फाइट चालू करो।
Now, I suppose it's time I made mine.
What do you mean?
Do you seriously think this marriage will bring the Kanjo Commission and the Tenryo Commission together? Isn't it at all possible that the Kanjo Commission becomes marginalized as a consequence of this union? Goodness me. Well, I've learned a great deal from talking to you. That will be all for now. If you would excuse me, I shall take my leave.
Hey! What was all that? Paimon didn't follow at all.
They had
पायवन का लेवल भी उतना ऊंचा नहीं है।
As I said, they ended up coming out from the shadows and revealing themselves. We'll see how things are in Inazuma City.
मैं बोल रहा था कि जिसने डायलॉग स्किप किया उसके लिए शॉर्ट में निपटाने के लिए डाली थी बीच में कि भाई क्या हुआ उधर बताएगा जरा फालतू में बक रहे थे तुम लोग भाई उससे रात बैटल ही कर लो
उन लोगों ने वो भी स्किप कर दिया होगा वो किसी ने
फिर एटलीस्ट रैप बैटल ही कर देते तुम लोग हाँ भाई शादी के नोटिस उतारो चलो नहीं हो रही शादी.
Look at this. The daughter of the Kanjo Commission's Hiragi clan and the master of the Tenryou Commission's Kujo clan are getting married.
Sounds like an all-around perfect match, don't you think?
For sure. I'm just surprised. It seems very sudden. I hadn't heard a single word about it until now.
Good luck to them, I say. I'm sure it must have been a hard decision.
Looks like the wedding is definitely going ahead.
It's still too early to make that conclusion.
भाई वो क्या बोलते हैं उतार के जस्ट का प्रैंक ब्रो भी नहीं बोल सकते.
However, we can still beat them at their own game.
It's a prank, bro.
But only if Kujo Kamaji is willing to help us.
अरे वापस जाके उससे बात करनी पड़ेगी.
It's just a prank. अच्छा वीकली बॉस कर दी है क्या तूने?
पता नहीं. देखो करेंगे नहीं कर रहे हैं. हाँ ये वाला तो कर दिया. हाँ ये तो कर दिया है.
हो गया ना तो फिर.
नहीं सारे की
क्या कहते हैं?
नहीं ये बाकी बड़ा है. और शायद से इंटा भी बाकी बड़ा है. तक हो गया है. इंटा भी हो गया है.
अभी तो मेरी कोई जरूरत नहीं है. मैं नहीं करता इतना.
अरे येलेन को लगेगा. हाँ मेरा बुल्फिया और बाल बाकी है.
अरे येलेन का सीनियोरा नहीं लगेगा क्या?
नहीं येलेन को वो लगेगा.
Welcome.
क्या यार?
I just heard that the news of my wedding has been officially announced. It seems so sudden. I wasn't ready yet.
सीनियोरा का वो गाइडेंस शोगुन के मैच लगेगा ना उसको तो.
किसको? येलेन को?
उसको येलेन को.
नहीं येलेन को इल्डा लग रहा है. वही तेरे को बोल रहा हूँ. उसको इल्डा के लगेंगे.
So someone's trying to take advantage of our marriage.
If you proceed with the wedding, the repercussions for you are likely to be minimal. But we must take Lady Hiragi's situation into consideration.
I've previously considered this possibility. But in the end, we're getting married for true love. And I've promised her that I'll do everything in my power to protect her.
I understand where you're coming from, but to be frank, she should not need your protection. Or, to put it another way, you have tacitly admitted that Lady Hiragi will need your help to get through the hard times ahead, which perhaps suggests that, deep down, you realize all she stands to lose. I don't mean to criticize you. It is natural to want to protect our loved ones. You're an intelligent and gentle person, and I'm sure you would have been able to think about this more objectively were you not so emotionally involved in the situation. I'm sure you admire Lady Hiragi for being the independent, gentle, resilient, and strong-willed person she is. For the sake of marrying you, this wonderful woman will become someone who has to depend on you for the rest of her life. Are you really okay with that?
I love her with all my heart, and would do anything to make her happy. That's why I cannot abide to see her suffer or be manipulated by other people. Yashiro Commissioner, you're right. It was naive and selfish of me to take things this far. But it's too late now, isn't it? There are notices everywhere.
I have a plan, but it needs a villain. Sir Kujo, in order for my plan to work, you and I must both play the role of antagonists. But it is not without its risks. Are you willing to help?
If there's a way to salvage this, then let's hear it.
I've told the people at the Kanjo Commission that the marriage isn't going to unify the Kanjo Commission and the Tenryou Commission. On the contrary, it's a terrible idea that will marginalize the Kanjo Commission. The context for this is that they are planning to use this marriage to bring down the Hiragi clan. And the key to their success is coming up against no resistance to the marriage from the Tenryou Commission. But what if we were to imagine for a moment that since the affairs of the Vision Hunt Decree, the Tenryou Commission has been planning to make a move against the weakened Kanjo Commission? The only reason you have been hesitant to act since taking over the Tenryou Commission is because you care about Lady Hiragi's feelings. And so, your plan is to liaise with the Yashiro Commission, to marry her and bring her out of the Kanjo Commission as soon as possible. Once that is achieved, As the person in charge of the Tenryou Commission, you no longer have any reason to hesitate.
I see. This is an ingenious plan. It takes advantage of the situation perfectly.
Exactly. Our
लेकिन
purpose
फिर
is to
शादी
change
कैसे
the
होगी?
Hiragi's position from an unnecessary burden to an indispensable asset. By doing so, we can even strengthen her position in the Kanjo Commission. Once our adversaries realize how the network of connections behind the scenes really looks, they'll do their utmost to stop this wedding from happening. Then, we simply leave them to clear up the mess they've created.
Got it.
So the network of connections?
We have to make sure that the behind-the-scenes story comes to the attention of our dear friends in the Kanjo Commission. Matsura, with whom I spoke earlier, will now be fearing the worst. No doubt he'll be on the lookout for the first sign of a crisis. In that case, he will almost certainly have placed informants throughout Inazuma City. What we need to do is to use these informants as a breeding ground for our Sir Kujo, there are certain things that I need you to attend to personally. It's almost time.
देख भाई अभी चल रहा था कि शादी कौन रोकेगा फिर आ गया कि शादी हम रोकेंगे.
See if he'll take the bait.
We are the bad guys.
हाँ चलो ठीक है नहीं हम रोक रहे हैं ठीक है लेकिन फिर वापस भी तो होगी ना.
वापस कब होगी पता नहीं. शायद फ्यूचर इवेंट में होगी. क्या कहते हैं
नहीं you can't do this.
ये लोग कह रहे हैं नहीं ये लोग कह रहे हैं वैसे it's a very big deal. नहीं
हाँ
क्या है ऐसे ही कुछ सेलिब्रेशन भी ना अचानक ये इवेंट की मुझे ना ये स्टार्ट किया तब भी ऐसा लग रहा था. देख मैरिज तो होने वाला है नहीं जब जस्ट बता वो कौन रोकने वाला है.
अरे लेकिन वो नहीं ये लोग एक अनफिनिश्ड स्टोरी को उठा के उसको क्लोजर दे रहे होते हैं और फिर उस क्लोजर देते टाइम ऐसा करते हैं कि नहीं भाई हम खत्म नहीं कर रहे.
नहीं ये कंटिन्यूड है ना टू बी कंटिन्यूड आगे कोई फ्यूचर इवेंट में हो सकता है. देख क्योंकि वैसे भी ये पैच में अभी इनाजुमा फेस्टिवल आ रहा है और क्या कहते हैं ये लोग कह रहे हैं वैसे इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट. वो 2 लीडिंग क्लैन है ना उनके लीडर्स की शादी है ना. तो ऐसे ही कुछ किसी दूसरे कैरेक्टर के क्वेस्ट में थोड़ी कंप्लीट कर देंगे. इट्स लाइक
अच्छा देख रहा है
वो ये लोग वो बाद में
पलट के देखने लगा है तो
ये मैंने कहा ये चीज की वजह से ना ये क्वेस्ट मेरे रेटिंग में बहुत नीचे गिर गई. मुझे ये चीज की वजह से जरा भी नहीं पसंद. 15 से 20 बार मैंने ये चीज की होगी.
कहाँ से दिख रहा हूँ मैं इसको आगे बढ़ना. वाह हेलो
तो क्या पता है इसको वो निंजा में होना चाहिए वो सुबह में होना चाहिए.
That person is one of Matsura's informants. Let's follow him.
Did you see that?
ये चीज ना इनको नहीं करनी चाहिए.
Kamaji just came past with a huge group of people.
ये जो ये स्टेल्थ मिशंस है ना इनको जरा भी नहीं आते. बहुत ही घटिया स्टेल्थ मिशंस
From the look on his face, it seems like something much more serious. He and his
अब
men
तक के
seem
जितने
pretty
भी स्टेल्थ
intense at the
मिशंस है ना
moment.
सब बेकार है.
Isn't it all a bit excessive for a wedding?
वो वाला बढ़िया था रे जो उस टाइम जहाँ पे जोंगली मरा था वो वाला स्टेल्थ बढ़िया था.
वो भी कहा बढ़िया था. उसमें भी जरा भी ऐसे भी कुछ देखने के लिए कैमरा घुमाते थे उसमें भी पकड़ा जाता था. वो तो इसमें भी घटिया था.
रुक क्यों गए भगते
और लगता है इन लोगों ने फिक्स कर दिया वो चीज. मैं खेल रहा था ना तब हर 2 मिनट में पाइमोन चालू होता है. टारगेट इज वेरी फार टारगेट इज वेरी फार. अभी 2 कदम आगे जाए तो टारगेट है 3 ना वैसा वो यहाँ पे.
हाँ वो कल अपडेट आया था ना गेम का.
100 people so far. That doesn't sound good. What could be going on?
वो जो बकवास हो रही थी ना उससे मेरा आधा ध्यान चला जा रहा था. ये क्या है? ये मुझे वो असैसिन्स क्रीड के वो ये जैसे हिडन में वो क्या कहते हैं ट्रेलिंग मिशन आते थे ना उसकी अर्जी डाली बहुत ही बेकार मिशन होते हैं ये उसी लेवल के ही है
भाई वो स्टार्टिंग में बेकार थे स्टार्टिंग वाली बाद में उसे बढ़िया कर दिए थे वो भी काय का अरे उठ
नहीं वो एस्कॉर्ट मिशंस तो बेकार ही है असैसिन क्रीड में
क्या मिशन
नहीं एस्कॉर्ट नहीं वो ये ट्रेलिंग मिशंस ना
वापस कर रहा है ये भाई पाइमर को पकड़ के मारूंगा मैं मीडलेस नॉइज बोल रही है चाची
पता चला मुझे क्यों नहीं पसंद
हाँ ठीक है हाँ मैं भाई मैं वो नहीं मैंने कंट्रोल दबाया था वो क्राउड से उठने के लिए और उसमें 3-2 वॉकिंग हो गया और मैंने क्लिक किया उसको चलाने के लिए तो वो धीरे धीरे चल रहा था और वो भग के निकल गया
अब बट कहाँ दूर गया था दिख तो रहा था
वही तो
इतने डिस्टेंस में ही था वो वही कह रहा हूँ मैं
Could it be related to the wedding announcement?
और यहाँ पे क्या कहते हैं भीड़ भी नहीं है कि भीड़ में गायब हो गया दिख रहा है सब हो रहा है
चलते चलते गायब हो गया
अब मैं वही कह रहा हूँ अब इसमें क्या गलत किया था
ये तो भगना चालू हो गया
अब ये भागने लगा
भाई आई कैन रोल रे भाई एल्डन रिंग
The Tenryo Commission has sent a load of people to
इसके
Rito.
पीछे जाके ऐसे खड़ा
This must have something to do with the wedding. I think in all there must have been about 100 people so far.
That doesn't sound good. What could be going on? I hope it's just Sir Kujo Kamaji being overcautious. The news is spreading fast, but it appears Master's fears may be well placed.
भाई कुतरा आ रहा है मेरे पास
There's no way they sent this many people just to escort the bride. I have to investigate.
भाई इसको पकड़ के असैसिनेट कर दूं क्या
कर दे
As expected. Let's follow him.
भाई रोल स्ट्रैट
Excuse me, has something happened on this road? I'm a businessman passing through, and it's a little disconcerting to see this place so heavily guarded.
Ah, please don't be alarmed. As I'm sure you've heard, the wedding of Sir Kujo Kamaji and Lady Hiragi Chisato will take place any day now. Sir Kujo decided to send for Lady Hiragi ahead of time, and have her live in Inazuma City during the run-up to the wedding.
I see.
We are here to clear the way for Lady Hiragi. Not just us either. You'll see more Tenryo Commission members as you go further along. We're all here for the same duty. Sir Kujo holds Lady Hiragi in the highest regard, and wants to treat her with the utmost respect, from beginning to end.
I understand. So... Drat. It's exactly as Master feared. They say they're here to guard the road, but really they're poised to attack if Master doesn't allow Lady Hiragi to leave Rito. Wait, no. If Lady Hiragi does leave, they'll have all the more reason to strike. But we're in no state to defend against a Tenryo Commission attack. I must tell Master right away.
कौन सा मास्टर अब ये कौन से मास्टर को फॉलो कर रहा है
अब मैं वो पाइमन से भी क्या कहते हैं नीचे के लेवल वाला
अच्छा
In this atmosphere, mounting suspicion will nurture fear among the Kangjo Commission. Now, we wait patiently for it to grow and ferment.
Are they really gonna own up and apologize just like that?
If you're curious to find out, you can visit the Hiragi clan in Rito in a couple of days. I have some other business to attend to, so I won't be spending any more time on this situation. In any case, we've made our move.
कहाँ खाली उसको भाई जाके ईवड्रॉप किया उस पे बस हो गया
This is not my first
time.
time.
क्या किसको मारा इसने यहाँ शादी कैसे रुकेगी इससे
Goodbye for now. I truly hope that things will work out in Hiragi Chisato's best interests.
He left kind of abruptly. Are things really gonna turn out like he predicted? Paimon too. Well, let's go.
हो गया भाई.
Wait for 2 days.
Oh. Well. अच्छा 2 ही होता है. मैं समझ घुमा कि एक आध हफ्ता निकल जाए, देखते शादी होती है कि नहीं. तीसरे दिन पे चले जाऊंगा तो क्या होगा?
कुछ नहीं होगा.
ये क्या बात हुई यार. इनको बिठा के शेनमू खिलाओ. तब आओ.
These people from the Tenryo Commission have been here for days now.
I guess they're here to pick up Lady Hiragi. But why would it be taking so long?
I heard that the Kanjo Commission suddenly said they don't want Lady Hiragi to leave. To be honest, I'd be hesitant if I were her. A crowd this size comes to Rito? Who knows what they could be planning?
Shh, stay quiet. Someone might hear you.
Oh, right. Sorry.
दुकान पे खड़े होके ये बात कर रहा है, जो खरीदना है खरीद निकल.
नहीं रे, ये पान का गल्ला है वहाँ का. वहाँ पे यही बात होती है.
Hello, how may I help?
What are you doing? Where?
We arrived here 2 days ago to escort Lady Hiragi to Inazuma City. Sir Kujo Kamaji gave us very strict orders, so we have to obey. But every time we attempt to receive the bride, the Hiragi clan always finds an excuse to delay things. Since we haven't fulfilled our duties yet, we decided to stay in Rito until Lady Hiragi is ready to come with us. We apologize. It was not our intention to stay here so long. We promise our presence here will not impact ordinary people's lives. We can only hope that the leaders of the Hiragi clan will start to cooperate soon. If this stalemate continues, who knows? Sir Kujo might give us orders to be less accommodating.
How much longer does your master plan to hold them off?
I have no idea. We're stuck in limbo here. Master's been very on edge these past few days. He gets irate over the smallest things, and is suspicious of everything. He's been yelling at me a lot. I understand that he's anxious, but I mean, what can we do? I've told him before, never cross the Yashiro Commissioner.
Yeah, good advice. With him, you just know that whatever he's doing, a lot of preparation has gone into it. If Lady Hiragi is really taken away, then what will the Tenryo Commission do? And what will the Yashiro Commission
You should tell Master to discuss things with Lady Hiragi.
Hiragi Chisato is now at the center of every conversation in Rito. By now, the Kanjo Commission probably knows how important she is. But what about with...
Oh, Traveler! I assume you've heard about everything that's been going on up there.
ये अब तक खिड़की साफ कर रही है.
बहुत बड़ी खिड़की है. टाइम
explain everything. What happened was...
और वो मैजिक से कर रही है ना, तो 1 centimeter
After the Tenryo Commission arrived, they suddenly became alarmed. They keep having secretive discussions and won't allow me to have any direct contact with the Tenryo Commission. I never would have thought that this was Sir Kamisato's plan. Now it all makes sense. I'm sorry. I haven't. Maybe there's no right or wrong decision. Maybe everything would be easier if I simply didn't have the choice. I used to tell myself things like this to avoid having to think about it. But once I saw the notices appearing out of nowhere on the streets, signaling that the wedding was confirmed, I didn't feel reassured at all. Instead, I keep thinking back to what Sir Kamisato said. This is supposed to be my bright and beautiful future. I can happily accept that if someone was trying to take advantage of my marriage, I should absolutely refuse, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. And also...
Ah, Lady Hiragi, here you are. You scared me for a second. You. Wait, you're the ones who were with the Yashiro Commissioner that day. What do you think you're doing here? Are you trying to convince Lady Hiragi to leave?
Calm down. They're my friends. They're just here to visit me.
Friends? Are you sure? Just friends? Lady Hiragi, I told you already, these are exceptional circumstances. You need to be more vigilant. You are extremely important to us, and to the entire Kanjo Commission. Who's to say they don't have a hidden agenda?
If you want to accuse us of trying to abduct her, just come out and say it!
Don't be rude. You've been very highly strung lately, seeing everything as a threat. Listen to me. I know all the ins and outs of everything that's happened so far. His arrival might well be your very last chance to fix this. The present state of affairs in Rito shows me that the situation has escalated well past the point where you could hope to control it. If this deadlock continues any longer, we will have nothing to gain and much to lose. This is not an order. All I need you to do is give me an explanation and take
Understood, my lady. I shall discuss with the others right away.
अरे कितना धीरे चलेगा राइट है बोल के भाई भाई walks in 1 meter per second
Things are now so critical that I should at least give it a try. And it worked remarkably well. Yes, well, let's wait and see what happens.
We had a serious discussion and reflected on our mistakes. In all honesty, no one can handle the weight of the situation here. Everyone is besides themselves with worry. It'll drive us mad if it continues any longer. I'm so sorry. My actions were radical and duplicitous. I was selfish and ignored the greater good. And then I left the situation to fester. Would you please give us a second chance? For my lady's sake, please. I suppose you're right. The only person who can change the Tenryo Commission's mind will head off to the Kamisato estate short. Lady Hiragi, might I ask you to join us?
अभी आया तो के सामने आया और आया तो वहाँ पे टी पोस्ट कर रहा होगा feeling superior.
Friend of the Yashiro Commissioner, please put in some good words for me.
टोमा इधर है टोमा नहीं है
टोमा को बेच दिया बाहर
अरे
काम के लोग आए जा बाहर जा वैसा करके बेच दिया उसने
Yashiro Commissioner, I'm sure you've heard the news. The Tenryo Commission has now occupied Rito, refusing to leave until we hand Lady Hiragi over to them. I realize I have greatly offended you with my atrocious actions. And I realize also that this must sound like the very height of absurdity. But please, have mercy, good sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Matsura. I'm exceptionally busy and have but a moment to spare before my next engagement. I fear this leaves no time for small talk. So, please, if you would be so kind, get straight to the point.
बैठ के तलवार देख रहा है वो
apology means nothing to you. We really have nothing else left to offer by this point. I'm terribly sorry. Everyone in the entire Kanjo Commission now realizes the gravity of this situation. Lady Hiragi is indispensable to us. We promise to always support her. So, would it be at all possible for you to talk to Sakujo once more on our behalf?
You make it sound so easy. The Tri-Commission will be ridiculed by the public if we choose to withdraw the notices now and eat our words. What do you plan to do about this? To lose face for the Tri-Commission is to bring shame to Her Excellency.
Hey, you played yourself.
To face the thunderous wrath of the almighty Shogun.
इसका नसीब बहुत अच्छा है कि क्या कहते हैं ये ना अभी थोड़ी सुधर गई है अगर पहले की होती ना तो
भाई you kind of smell like a baka भाई एक बंदा you kind of smell like a baka आराम से आया है भाई हाय you smell like a baka
Master Matsura, you should have known it would come to this. Whatever were you thinking? But the Tri-Commission must always put the interests of Inazuma first, regardless of what Sir Kujo and I may feel at this present moment. If the situation in Rito is left to fester any further, things may get out of control. But Lady Hiragi and the inhabitants of Rito are innocent. If we fail to contain the situation promptly, the rumor mill will wreak havoc on the Tri-Commission's reputation. Try keeping a pet bird. You'll see what I mean. Songbirds who know how to hold a tune can be very pleasant to listen to, but they can also become irritating if they don't know when to stop. And as for the ones with excessively long tongues, well, they're so insufferable that they can't be kept as pets at all. It doesn't take a moment to cut out their tongues and silence them for good. Yes, I've listened to your concerns, and I'll talk to Sir Kujo for you. But I can't guarantee that he will change his mind.
I understand. Thank you for your help, Yashiro Commission.
All right, you ought to return now. I'm sure you have a sizable mess to deal with back in the Kanjo Commission.
Okay, then please excuse me.
हाँ भाई चल दफाओ एक क्वेस्ट खत्म कब होगी यार शादी तो कैंसिल हो गई
ना
बस हो गई
हाँ वही शादी तो कैंसिल हो गई
I have something to tell you. Would you mind?
Huh? Why, of course. Sir Kamisato, you became a completely different person just now. It felt so intense.
Unruly
domestic abuse हो गया क्या?
Severely reprimanded. As a commissioner, the almighty Shogun trusts me to do her will. I did as I should. But now, I'd like to take off my commissioner hat and share a personal story with you.
अरे यार.
Please, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I
You
won't.
must have heard that the Kamisato clan once went through an extremely difficult period. My father worked incredibly hard to compensate for the grave errors made by the Kamisato clan long ago and restore our reputation. My mother loved him dearly. She passed soon after. This sudden turn of events dealt a heavy blow to the Ashiro Commission. Behind the scenes, things became very unstable. Everyone thought that the Kamisato clan had lost power. That made my sister and me nothing but burdens hindering the ambitions of others. It may sound preposterous now, but I assure you that is the truth of what the Yashiro Commission has been through.
Huh. Pretty similar to how the Kanjo Commission is now.
Back then, I had no choice but to accept the position I was in. While I desperately looked around for powerful supporters, I endured smear campaigns and attempts to exploit me. I had no other choice. I had to honor my parents' dying wishes, and I also had a young sister to take care of. I didn't mind what became of me, but my family. No one can ever be allowed to trample over my precious family. Fortunately, I persisted.
Fast and Furious चालू होने वाली है क्या?
Was able to survive this storm.
I think I now know where my sense of loss and confusion was coming from.
Hello.
Shinojo once told me that he saw what was in
किधर गया था?
I thought the reason I felt
यहाँ पे ही हूँ
unsettled
मैं तो
was because of
ये Fast and Furious कर रहा था अभी.
The reason why Sir Kujo
हाँ
was
वो
able to
बहुत खराब जोक था इसलिए मैंने रिएक्शन ही नहीं दिया
अरे
bravely drew his blade. It is time for me to make a stand and become my own person.
Well said. I'm sure it might not sound exciting, but this
And I'm sure I can get there. I will use this as an opportunity to take over the responsibilities. This puts less pressure on Kamaji. And
my best wishes to both of you.
अरे हाँ भाई खत्म करो भाई अब
if
quest.
you'll excuse me.
हाँ.
Take care, Lady Hiragi.
Yes. In fact, my recent experience suggests
हो गई खत्म बस खुश
खत्म कहाँ
हो गई खत्म खुश हो गया ना
until you pulled that super smart strategy out of nowhere.
In fact, counter-checking is a perfectly common maneuver in the game of chess. Our rival this time was easy to deal with. He was smart, but short-sighted, and sloppy in his execution.
Even so, Paimon could never come up with a plan that... Anyway, it's kind of a relief to see that Chisato has decided to send the Hiragi clan.
I agree. Stability in Inazuma benefits me as well. I wasn't about to pass up an opportunity to make... Perhaps for Master Matsura, power is his life's pursuit. But for me, a stable nation is the prerequisite for a stable Yashiro Commission. But human desire will always be a factor in the equation. All I have tried to do is make sure the three parties to the Tri-Commissions... Another positive outcome is that everyone recognizes how important Lady Hiragi is now. Dealing with the Hiragi clan will be much easier for her than navigating a new...
There were so many things at play over this one... wait a second! You weren't trying to stop the wedding from the very beginning, were you?
I thought straight away it was bad timing. Nevertheless, everything I said to Hiragi Chisato was entirely sincere. If you choose to give up your stance on something once, you'll be having to compromise for the rest of your life. I didn't want to see her suffer because she didn't realize what she was getting into. Now, she has the chance to become her own person. Let's see who she becomes.
Okay then, guess we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Farewell, and profuse thanks to you both. I shall have to host you at the Kamisato estate when my sister is next available.
Looks like everything's resolved.
अरे आ गया ये.
Masterfully done. Everything was perfect. Well, except for one minor detail. I somehow ended up with a glass of very peculiar tasting milk.
Didn't you like it? I distinctly remember you saying you are quite partial to exotic flavors.
Oh, my lord.
The Traveler had one of those as well.
I'm sure he's made a great impression on you.
The Traveler did indeed play a critical role in this case. I'm sure both families would have been more guarded against me had he and his companion not been present. It wouldn't have been so easy to get to the heart of the matter.
There you go again, my lord.
कहाँ से?
Placing the focus
सब
on
तो
other
इसने किया.
people while discreetly performing your job to perfection.
Naturally.
I literally कुछ नहीं किया Traveler और Paimon ने.
Now that we're both free, let's finish off that game of chess we started a few days ago.
भाई लिटरली कुछ हुआ ही नहीं, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं. वो बोलता है कि भाई ट्रैवलर नहीं होता, पाइमोन नहीं होता. क्या फेंक रहा है ये? चलो भाई फाइनली अभी एक भाई कितना था इसमें भी. नॉट अच्छा ठीक क्या बोल रहा है अभी? अभी मैंने चालू भी नहीं करी, तू बोल रहा है खत्म हो गई.
हाँ वो तूने चालू नहीं की, बट क्या कहते हैं अब खत्म हो गई.
अरे
अब वेडनेसडे को आएगा नहीं ये, तब कोई नया इवेंट आएगा तो ठीक है.
एक सेकंड खत्म हो. अभी 9 दिन है यार ये. अच्छा 9 दिन ही है ना, पता है. तो फिर यार किधर जाने का है? शुरू रिव्यू क्वेस्ट. तो कितने 145 हुए हैं ये. हाँ ठीक है. वो
की बात कर रहा था ना.
हाँ हाँ देखो देख 8 पड़े हैं ना, 8 पड़े हैं ये. वो देख
दिखाई नहीं है मुझे. वैसे आज की डेली कमीशन कर लिए क्या?
हाँ वो तो कर लिए.
That's correct. There's a requester who has submitted a designated commission for the two of you.
A designated commission? Sounds like it must be pretty important. What kind of
There's no need to worry. This commission is not dangerous by any means. Perhaps you have heard that Inazuma will soon be holding a major festival, the magnificent Irodori Festival.
Yay! A festival! Oh, come to think of it, we haven't attended a festival in Inazuma.
The Yashiro Commission
भाई अभी तो वही इनाजुमा में फेस्टिवल भले नहीं हुआ था कि अभी तो आए इनाजुमा में
has requested your help is none other than Lady Yae herself.
नहीं अभी उसको भी 1 साल होने आया ना इनाजुमा में आया
भाई 1 साल हो गया रे इनाजुमा को आया
You can bet a festival planned by her is gonna be one to remember. We better go to Grand Narukami Shrine and see what she needs us to do.
Lady Yae is currently at Yae Publishing House in Hanamizaka, so there.
Oh, well that's convenient.
चलो देखते हैं इधर क्या है
Aratani and Kuroda, how are things coming along?
All the books and commission prints for Yae Publishing House were bound and sent out yesterday afternoon, Lady Yae.
Very good. And Murata?
We have already received word from Apekusu and Sailing Breeze that the materials are all in place for Shogun Almighty reborn as Raiden with unlimited power and Pretty Please Kitsune Guji.
Well
ये
done.
क्या है भाई
But what about you, Odera?
ये बहुत मस्त है मुझे ना ये बुक चाहिए प्रीटी प्लीज किसने गुजी क्या पता अभी ये याए पब्लिशर्स में क्या कहते हैं हिंदी हो मैंने वो सेंड किया बहुत
You are the one who organized the plans for this release party. In other words, you are the team's fearless leader now. So please, show some confidence. Besides, there's no need to be nervous. This project is destined for success. I feel quite optimistic about it. I shall specially grant you leave for the next couple of days, Onodera. Please take the opportunity to have a good rest. After all, you will be very busy on the day of the release party.
Yes, Lady Yae. Thank you very much.
All right then. Is everyone clear about their assignments? Good. We are running out of time, so let's get moving. Chop chop.
भाई चॉप चॉप इतना आउट ऑफ प्लेस क्यों लगाया है भाई लेट्स गेट मूविंग और चॉप चॉप एक साथ नहीं जाता है
You have received my commission,
क्या हुआ
भाई लेट्स गेट मूविंग के बाद चॉप चॉप बोल लगाया है उन्होंने
Shouldn't you be getting back to the Grand Narukami Shrine? You weren't thinking of dumping all the festival preparations on
देख अभी ये यार ये पे कितनी उल्ली बात कर रही है
ओह माय गॉड भाई ट्रैवलर भाई ओह माय गॉड एटीट्यूड भाई मेरा एटीट्यूड मेरी ब्यूटी
My, such harsh words. It hurts to hear that kind of talk from you two. But as you can clearly see, I'm here working like a dog for the festival. Yet you say I'm not
पता है क्या है मेरे को याद रखती है
you
उसको इंसल्ट करेगा ना वो बाद में
भाई यूला खाली बोलती है वेंजेंस विल बी वानी ले लेगी
हाँ ये बोलती है वेंजेंस ले लेती है मुझे डर लगता है जितनी बार ऐसे पाइमोन इसके साथ जितनी बात करती है ना
Inazuma is no longer the same nation that once resisted change tooth and nail. Therefore, rather than sticking to the same old traditional festival, the Yashiro Commission and I have decided to shake things up a little. This time we'll be holding an international cultural festival, distinctly Inazuma.
एनीमे कौन हो रहा है तुम्हें
Origins of the Irodori Festival. Legend has it that there were 5 poets in ancient Inazuma who were supremely gifted in singing and writing poetry. They are known as the 5 Kasen. Every year, one of the 5 would present a collection of the group's poems to the shogun for review, which would then spark culture discussions regarding those works. Thanks to them, Inazuma's culture blossomed and gained great influence at that time. As time passed, people began creating various tales based on the 5 Kasen. The Irodori
ये 5 कासन में काम आने वाला है क्या आगे तो पोएम पढ़नी है क्या
their works, which so greatly enriched our lives.
अरे
Sounds like a festival that's really
मैंने
rooted
कहा ना
in
तुझे ये इवेंट पसंद नहीं आएगा.
To describe it in the words of the ancients, it'd be refined elegance. Unfortunately, with the flow of time, people, which is precisely why I've decided to.
अरे ये सब हटाओ यूएवी लाओ.
Wait a minute! Light novels?
Please stop looking at me with those baffled expressions. In ancient times, poetry was all the rage, but nowadays, the entertainment format of choice is light novels. The important thing is not the format, but the creative work itself. It is impossible to come up with anything fresh if you're stuck using some rigid format of the past. Speaking of which, don't you think that the concept of focusing on the now perfectly suits the current Inazuma?
भाई इट इज व्हाट इट इज. मेरा नहीं है इनाजुमा. तुमको फेस्टिवल करना है, जो करना है करो. मेरे को प्रीमो जेम दो, समझा?
As they say, it's two birds with one stone.
मिल जाएगी प्रीमो जेम ऐसे जल्दी.
Persuasive tongue. Come on, Miko. You can't fool us.
I can't deny that my hobbies had no part to play in this. However, regardless of whether it's light novels or a festival, catching people's attention with well, what do you say? Aren't you two even a little curious about what interesting things you might see at the festival?
Maybe a little.
क्या कितना लंबा चलेगा ये?
Super curious now.
Come, let's pay a visit to the venue in Rito together. I promise that it will give you a whole new perspective. There we'll meet a special someone who will tell you more about your tasks.
मैं टेलीपोर्ट सीधा रिटो में. उधर ही हूँ मैं. क्या फायदा हुआ है? लोडिंग की बात क्या आई फिर? क्या है?
During the Iridori Festival, the area around the Outlander Affairs Agency will become the main exhibition space for light novels. Once things are in full swing,
ये खाली ना बिजनेस पे ध्यान दे रही है. खाली तो लाइट नॉवेल बेचनी है. भाई फेस्टिवल के सबसे आगे क्या होगा? मेरी दुकान होगी.
जो पता था ये देखो.
International Trade Association will be called the Five Kasan Plaza during the festival. And nearby shops will be selling special light novel merchandise.
भाई merchandising भी कर रही है.
क्या तो खरी है एनीमे कौन है ये?
It's definitely not your typical festival, but it sure looks like it'll be quite the party. Huh? Miko, what are these blank boards in the center of the plaza?
यार फोटो लगेगी.
Those are.
Ah, lady, I did mention that there would be some reliable helpers coming to assist with the festivities. It appears she meant you two. At last we meet again, traveler and Paimon.
अभी तो मिले से आधा घंटा नहीं हुआ.
How are you faring recently?
Oh, it's Ayako! Wow! So even a busy guy like yourself is here to attend the Iridori Festival!
Preparing festivals falls under the Yashiro Commission's scope of responsibilities. Seeing as Lady Ai has poured her heart and soul into the preparations, I'm obliged to be equally dedicated.
Come now, Ayato. We're not strangers here.
Ayato की quest नहीं खेली लगता है पाइमोन ने.
We were just about to discuss the boards over here. They're related to our little helper's tasks, so I'll let you give them a detailed rundown.
Certainly. I assume you two already know that the Iridori Festival originated from the Five Kasan. This Iridori Festival is not only the first major festival to be held in Inazuma since the lifting of the Sakoku decree. Therefore, the Yashiro Commission has personally invited several cultural celebrities from other nations.
Okay.
For example, the artist we have invited to paint these portraits hails from the distant land of Mondstadt. The Yashiro Commission will arrange accommodations and food in Inazuma for each of the distinguished guests. However, we fear that staying in a foreign land will feel a little uncomfortable.
ये सारे देशों से लोगों को बुला रहे हैं, तो सिर्फ मॉन्स्टर और लीवेस ही को बुला रहे हैं.
नहीं क्योंकि वही रीजन हमने अब तक अनलॉक की है, बाकी प्लेएबल कैरेक्टर्स नहीं पता ना।
Which is precisely why
तो फेस्टिवल में दबाने चाहिए ना।
इन लोगों ने बाकी प्लेएबल कैरेक्टर्स डिजाइन भी नहीं किए होंगे ना, अभी कॉन्सेप्ट में होंगे वो लोग, फाइनलाइज नहीं किए होंगे ना।
I knew you would catch on. It is our hope that you would be able to guide the guests from the harbor to their residence at the International Trade Association, while providing any necessary assistance along the way. This arrival schedule includes the details of the ships on which the guests will be arriving. All you simply have to do is go to the docks at the indicated times.
अरे बाप रे,
दोनों डॉक्टर को तो बुलाया नहीं इन लोगों ने।
हाँ, 8 बजे, 9 बजे और 10 बजे। ठीक है भाई।
It's settled then.
नहीं, मुझे लगा यहाँ पे ना ये फेस्टिवल में जिनियन तो देखने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि ये कैसे पूरा ये
जिनियन और शायद पहले आगे गए ना इनोजुमा में।
हाँ पता है, बट क्या है वो ये कल्चरल फेस्टिवल है ना, तब उसको पूरी खुशी तो वो है ना कि वो दुनिया में रॉक म्यूजिक फैलाएगी वैसा। उससे फेस्टिवल से अच्छा क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी है वैसा।
हाँ सही बात
है। So I must excuse myself for now. I'll leave the guests.
I mean ये मुझे ये बात समझ में आई कि क्या कहते हैं लाइट नॉवेल और उन सब के लिए है, बट क्या कहते हैं तो अभी ऐसे विजिट करने के लिए और ऐसे आ सकते थे।
क्या है भाई, वेट फॉर द फॉलोइंग डे 6 to 8।
एटलीस्ट क्ली तो मिल रही है, क्ली एंड यूई नहीं है।
According to the arrival schedule, there will be a ship arriving from Mondstadt today. The artist for the 5 Kasim portraits should be on board. The boat should be arriving soon, so let's head down to the docks.
भाई उधर पहुंच के रात हो गई रे।
नहीं है,
नहीं वो कट सीन में उधर ऐसे बीच में एक फ्रेम आया था जिसमें पूरी रात हो गई थी।
ये अभी क्या कहते हैं मस्त सीन आने वाला है।
We're the festival guides, and we'll show you around.
Yes, that's right. We are bards from Mondstadt.
भाई मेन बार्ड किधर है?
Word has it that Inazuma has undergone
वो तो कहीं पे पड़ा होगा।
We hope to find fresh inspiration here.
पीछे पड़ा होगा कहीं पे।
हाँ हाँ
Strange. It's pretty famous in Mondstadt.
लगता है ये बेटी को मिल रही है।
Huh? Why is that? Oh, Paimon sees what you're getting at. Even though Venti no longer rules over Mondstadt, he's still an Archon. If he came rushing to Inazuma at the first mention of a festival, it would also sort of be chilly too.
बहुत म्यूजिक। वो
It's Klee! Were you also invited to the Iridori Festival? No, Albedo's the one who received the invitation.
अब इसको उठा के लेके आ गया।
One in the Knights of Favonius has been really busy these days. Albedo arranged for someone here to issue me a dependent pass.
Greetings, Traveler in Paimon. After hearing that Inazuma was making preparations for the Irodori Festival, I predicted that I might run into you here.
Ha! Paimon knew it! Albedo's the one they've invited to paint the 5 coffin!
It seems that you already know why I'm
Obviously,
here.
पाइमन का
Just so
जब
you're
तक किया है उसने पेंट पाइमन बहुत ही खुश होने लगी है।
By the way, do you know where the International Trade Association is? I'll be meeting with the editorial director of the Yai Publishing House there.
तो याई भी कुछ मिलना है सीधा।
Association is where you'll be staying in Inazuma.
नहीं एडिटर याई नहीं को एडिटर है।
Let's get going then.
वो तो ओनर है।
वो तो सिर्फ बैठ के करते हैं, वो तो खाती रहती है। काम दूसरे लोग करते हैं।
भाई दूर से इधर ही जाना है ना। कौन चले यार इतना?
वो साथ में क्ली है ऑब्वियसली टेलीपोर्ट करना आज क्या
Wow, it's so beautiful here. So many things I've never seen before.
Slow down, Klee. Please be careful not to... Telling Klee so many stories about Inazuma during the trip was probably not the best idea. As a result, she could hardly sleep all the way here. It appears she's even more excited now that we've arrived.
ये खुद कैसे कर रहे हैं ये?
Strange. It seems that the editorial director, Mr. Hiroyama, isn't here yet. I'm certain he said that he'd be sure to arrive before me. This might be a problem. Well, Mr. Hiroyama was supposed to meet with me and give me some reference materials about the 5 Kasen today. That way, I could better visualize the content of my paintings.
You mean you had no idea what you'd be painting before you arrived in Inazuma?
I only know of the 5 Kasen by name. Because of the sheer age of the tale, very little has been passed down to this day. So Mr. Hiroyama decided to help me collect some more information. I'm the type of painter who can complete a painting quickly as long as I'm inspired. So I agreed on only receiving the details today.
So when do the paintings have to be done by?
According to the festival plans, the portraits will be revealed one at a time throughout the various stages of the Irodori Festival. The first one, depicting Suiko, will need to be done before the festival's official opening.
The day after tomorrow? Then you're already running out of time!
There's no need to panic. When I was working on light novel illustrations, because the manuscripts are shipped by boat, things were always tight and finished at the last minute. Just last month, to ensure the latest book of A Legend of Sword would be finished for the Irodori Festival, I had to complete the final chapter's illustrations the same day I received the manuscript. I heard that my illustrations were sent to print as soon as they arrived in Inazuma. I still don't know how well they turned out.
पेंटिंग कब चालू होगी फिर?
For your working conditions or compliment you on your artistic genius?
Of course, I would still prefer to receive any possible reference material.
भाई ये मैसेज क्या कर रहा है? ओके बैड नेट कनेक्शन, इसका नेट गया भाई. हाँ चल ठीक है.
The editors of the Yai Publishing House will all be around the Outlander Affairs Agency these next few days. Who knows? Maybe Mr.
वो पीछे कॉल करेगा ना वापस. कॉल देखने में.
Take you over there to see if we can find him, Albedo.
All right, it's worth a try. Klee,
you haven't
slept for a while now. Please stay at our residence in the International Trade Association and get some rest. We will be back soon.
अच्छा हाँ इधर ही है.
Don't worry, Albedo.
मोबाइल का चालू किया था.
अच्छा मोबाइल से आया.
थोड़ी तेज वो बैकग्राउंड में.
Good enough, good enough.
वो क्या कहते हैं?
हाँ.
डायलॉग में ना ध्यान वो
भाई गया रे. भाई गया रे. तेरा नेट पूरा गया रे. प्रॉपर आवाज. एक काम कर. तो मोबाइल से आया क्या? रुक मैं कुछ करता हूँ.
कभी मैं डिस्कनेक्ट कर देता हूँ ऐसा होता क्या कहते हैं? वैसे भी अभी अचानक से वो एलिमेंट आता है.
कनेक्ट करके देख ले. एक बार देख ले तो फिर मैं वो उसकी ट्राई कर लेंगे. क्या?
नहीं तो कंटिन्यू कर. वो क्या कहते हैं? अभी देख आ तो नहीं रहा. बाद में मैं
क्या?
अभी पता ही वो.
अच्छा मैं ठीक.
Kuroda and I will go back to Inazuma City for an emergency printing run. The demand for this book is so high, though. Even with the emergency prints, it still might not be enough.
Despite everything,
we're still lucky
that we found out today. If this had happened a few days later, then we'd really be in boiling water. Hey, do you think that suspicious guy they found in the warehouse has anything to do with it?
Well, the editorial director is on his way over there to investigate the situation as we speak.
Sorry to interrupt, but what's going on here?
Oh, hey, Traveler. Don't worry. It's nothing, just an internal issue. That's all.
I'm looking for the editorial director, Mr. Hirayama. Does anyone know where he is now?
Mr. Hirayama is currently at the warehouse down by the harbor.
Oh, hold on a second, Murata. Excuse me, but you must be Calx, the one who was invited to paint the 5 Kasen for the festival?
Yes, that's me.
My name is Kuroda. You must be inquiring about information regarding the 5 Kasen. I do apologize, but please make yourself comfortable at the International Trade Association, and I will let Mr. Hirayama know to send you the materials right away.
Oh, no need. You guys look super busy, so we can go find them ourselves.
About that.
Excuse me, but is there something wrong with the latest volume of A Legend of Sword?
Huh? How did you know?
Since you were all aware that Mr. Hirayama needed to send me some supporting materials, that means the editorial director didn't forget about it. Instead, something urgent must have cropped up. To add to that, despite being aware that I am Calx, you were still unwilling to let me go to Mr. Hirayama directly. After considering these factors, the only reason you would try to stall me is if something happened to A Legend of Sword, which I did the illustrations for.
Well, I'm very sorry. The situation is just as you said, Calx. I suppose it doesn't hurt to tell you now. Earlier today, someone spotted a suspicious outlander sneaking around inside the Iridori Festival warehouse down by the docks. So they promptly alerted the Tenryou Commission. The Tenryou Commission was concerned about potential cargo theft, so they contacted everyone who was renting space in the warehouse. It was then that we realized that the latest copies of A Legend of Sword had suddenly gone missing.
What? The books are missing?
Shh, not so loud. Not only is this book an eagerly anticipated release in the last phase of the Iridori Festival, but the author, Chin-Yu, will be personally attending the release party as well.
Because of the dire situation, Mr. Hirayama immediately hurried to the warehouse to determine whether the theft was related to that.
I see. It would be a great misfortune if A Legend of Sword would not be released on schedule. And quite a disappointment for Chin-Yu as well. If Mr. Hirayama has gone to the warehouse at the docks, then I'll go down to see if I can be of any help.
So the author of A Legend of Sword is Jay. Sounds familiar. Hey, isn't that Xingqiu's pen name?
Xingqiu की book collection ये कर रहा है भाई.
Do you know him?
हाँ.
Xingqiu would definitely be upset if he discovers his books are missing. Let's accompany our big... Go!
भाई Xingqiu ने खुद ही गायब कराई होगी book.
It's you! Why are you here?
I'm here on behalf of the Tenryou Commission, of course. Is that surprising?
No, Sarah, Paimon wasn't talking about you! So, Tone-Deaf Bard. The suspicious outlander in the warehouse wouldn't happen to be you, would it?
Considering the evidence, it appears that the suspicious outlander is indeed me.
अच्छा तो book काय को चोरी किया?
As I have told you, you are a suspect. Before your allegations of theft and illegal entry as a stowaway are cleared, Traveler, Paimon, do you know this self-proclaimed Mondstadt?
हाँ भाई, you could say you're quite familiar. हाँ जी.
Listen, Sarah. Knowing him, it's safe to say that he wasn't behind the theft.
Although he claims to be a special guest for the Iridori Festival, he's failed to present his invitation letter. Therefore, we can only suspect that he might have entered the country illegally. And just a moment ago, we caught him in a dandelion wine crate near the Sailing Breeze.
Exactly.
If it would help shed any light on the situation, then please, be my guest.
Oh, Fenty! You didn't really come here illegally, did you?
Ouch! Your words wound me. We've been apart for so long, and the moment we meet again, all I'm greeted with is grilling questions and suspicious glares. You arrived in Inazuma via similar means, or so I heard. You of all people should be more understanding, don't you think?
Similar means?
I merely jest. Fear not, for the person who sent me the invitation is none other than Kamisato Ayato of Yashiro Commission. It's unlikely that someone acquainted with the likes of him would ever be here illegally, right?
But why weren't you on the same ship as the other bards?
Well, once I received the invitation letter, I couldn't help but want to come to Inazuma a little early. It was then that I happened upon a cargo ship bound for Inazuma transporting dandelion wine. So, naturally, I decided to set sail with them. Once aboard, I found the captain to be a kindred spirit, and I was treated to an abundance of fine liquor along the way. I must have fallen asleep in the cargo crate while carefully comparing the tastes of dandelion wine and Inazuman sake. And when I woke up, I found myself in this warehouse with a Tenryo Commission General glaring at me from atop the grate.
Coming from Venti, this story is quite believable.
Excuse me, I'm the owner of the stolen goods from the IA publishing house, and there are some questions I would like to ask you. Based on what you just said, it seems you've been in the warehouse for some time now. If that's the case, did you happen to hear anything unusual?
Actually, I did hear some faint footsteps around me a couple of times, but I didn't consider the sound anything out of the ordinary.
Hmm? But if you clearly heard something, why didn't you feel it was unusual?
Oh, I seem to understand now.
Huh? What did you notice, Albedo?
When it comes to burglars, they are generally associated with prying or rummaging through things. What Venti means is that he did not hear anything unusual like that. As for the sound of footsteps, because this is a warehouse where many goods are coming in and out each day, it is quite normal for people to be walking around.
I see. But if that's the case, then we're back to square one regarding the stolen books.
No, not quite. From the facts that have been presented to us, we can draw at least 3 conclusions now. First, whoever took the novels is not a spur-of-the-moment burglar. They had their sights on the books from the very beginning. Second, the culprit was very familiar with the warehouse. And third, I knew you'd catch on, Traveler. One person couldn't possibly transport so many heavy books in such a short window of time. It must have been a team effort. It goes without saying that Venti clearly does not match up with our culprits.
Yes, I agree with your reasoning. Mr. Hirayama, the Tenryo Commission will continue by investigating the warehouse staff. If you come across any further clues, please notify us immediately.
Yes, understood. I'll leave it to you then.
I suppose I'm free as a bird then.
Not so fast. Even though we've cleared the theft allegations, we still haven't ascertained whether your arrival in Inazuma was legal or not.
Aw, 'tis a shame. I thought surely after my honest account you might let me off the hook.
Sara's quite the meticulous one. So, where's your invitation letter, Venti?
Yes, the invitation letter.
I can't.
Sorry, I can't seem to remember.
How could you lose something so important?
Don't be mistaken. I was well aware of how important it was. But I didn't bring any luggage with me, and the letter was too big to fit in my pocket. So I kept it in my hand the whole trip. Strange. Though I had a little too much to drink, I know that I kept it in a secure place. I even recall being most pleased at coming up with a good idea at the time.
If you were holding the invitation in your hand the whole time, then why did you put it down?
Well, to properly compare the taste of Mondstadt wine and Inazuman sake, I had to hold a glass in each hand. I couldn't both hold the invitation and a glass at the same time.
In which case, I believe there's only one place it could be. Have you figured it out, Traveler?
Huh? You're way ahead of Paimon. Do you two...
ट्राई करें.
Yes. I remember now. I knew you'd help me find it.
वाह.
This is indeed an invitation letter issued by the Yashiro Commission. Now that we've confirmed this guest's identity, I have no further questions. However, starting tonight, I would advise you to stay at the International Trade Association. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving now.
There goes Sara. All right, let's go talk to Mr. Hirayama.
Mr. Hirayama, I'm Calx. We had originally arranged to meet today.
Ah, yes, so you are Calx. I'm very sorry that you've arrived in Inazuma only to find such a mess. These are the materials regarding the 5 Kasen. All the information that we could find is compiled here.
भाई मैं क्यों पढ़ सकता हूँ फिर 5,000 मेमोरी नहीं भाई.
Let's see here. Yes, it's just as I had suspected. Monikers such as Suiko and Aoi no Okina aren't the real names of the 5 Kasen. Though there were once many stories regarding each of the 5 Kasen, the validity of their contents can no longer be verified in present times. Alas, what a shame. But at the very least, we know that most of the stories were written according to a similar style, so there is still something we may glean from this.
So, is the info useful for your paintings, Albedo?
To some extent,
हाँ भाई वो
yes.
तो होगी.
However, I must admit that it is still lacking and fails to fulfill the most crucial element. Inspiration.
I am sorry that this information is not as exhaustive as you had hoped. However, it is not possible to gather anything more at the moment. Though Lady Yai did say that there are many variations of the story about the 5 Kasen, and everyone has a different story in their heart. So all you need to do is follow through with what's in your own heart, and create something that you yourself find interesting.
That does sound like something Miko would say.
Thank you, Mr. Hirayama. No need to worry. I'll find inspiration for the portraits.
Great. I'll leave it to you then, Calx. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to ask of everyone. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Genyu, the author of A Legend of Sword, will be arriving in Inazuma by boat. If you see him, please do not mention whether the stolen books are eventually recovered or not. The Yae Publishing House will do its best to ensure that the novel's release is a success. You have my gratitude.
Well, seems there's nothing more we can do here.
Venti क्या कर रहा है?
Huh? Venti? What are you doing over there? You don't want us to leave you behind, do you?
Traveler, Albedo, would you mind coming over here for a moment? There's something peculiar that I think you should...
अरे भाई इसको बुक्स मिल गई क्या?
What is it, Venti? A piece of paper?
Indeed. When I awakened to find myself in the warehouse this morning, I discovered this paper in the cargo crate where I was sleeping. I didn't think much of it then. I thought it was merely a scrap piece of paper that had fallen into the cargo. After a quick glance, I stuffed it into a place nearby. But on second thought, I think it's worth having you take a look at what's written on it.
ठीक है भाई.
Let me see. Suiko chapter. Wait a minute.
The story told in this poem often boils down to
Hmm.
Suiko getting tipsy and letting some poems that were meant for the shogun get stolen. Ah, this story sounds familiar to my ear.
Seriously? It's literally the same story you just experienced yesterday.
Oh, indeed it is. Interesting, isn't it?
Yes, I concur. The person who left this paper could quite possibly be the criminal,
hello
or even a
भाई.
witness to the theft.
Hello Himanshu.
But why leave the paper here in such a fashion? And if the one who left it here was a witness, why didn't they attempt to stop the burglary?
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Meeting together in Inazuma like this is a most rare occasion. Since we've been busy from the start of the day, let us find an inn with good drink to keep our thirst at bay.
अरे good drink पाड़ी book चोरी हो गई है वो कौन ढूंढेगा?
Just sobered up and you're already and let's not forget that Albedo still has a portrait to complete. We don't have...
No, it's fine. Let's all go for a drink together. It'll be my treat.
Wait a minute. What about your portrait?
ठीक है भाई.
As I mentioned before,
मैंने परसों ये स्टोरी क्वेस्ट क्लियर किया था भाई. मैंने आज ही आयरटो का खत्म किया. उसके बाद अभी ये करना चालू किया मैंने तो.
In that case, we'll need to order more dishes.
भाई इतने टाइम से बिजी हो गया बड़ा. एल्डर नहीं खेल रहा था रे मैं.
Suiko made his way to Tenshukaku and presented the Kasen's work for the shogun's perusal. But a page from the works of Aoi no Okina had been torn out, and Suiko was questioned regarding the matter. Suiko pleaded guilty. He admitted to drinking at the tavern the night before, and vaguely recalled a mysterious figure approaching while he was intoxicated.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ शिंगचू ने बुक चुराई है भाई. बुक जो चोरी हुई है शिंगचू खुद ही लेके गया है.
You were able to complete the first portrait before the opening ceremony.
भाई ये इसने बना भी दी है. ठीक है भाई.
It really is a sight to behold. Not only does it harken to the traditional style of Inazuma, but it also makes use of modern aesthetics. My figure is particularly striking. Even though I'm sound asleep in the portrait, I still appear as glorious as always.
Hey, don't get too full of yourself, tone-deaf bard. You were just a model. The person in the artwork isn't actually you. Well, Albedo, who will be your next portrait?
The next one will be Aoi no Okina of the 5 Kasen.
Albedo, might I suggest waiting a little before starting on the next one? Who knows?
उसके लिए रेफरेंस ढूंढ के लेके आएगा ये.
Another story.
Another story?
I believe he's referring to the possibility of finding another paper with tales of the 5 Kasen. According to the reference materials I was given, we've only found the first of a total of 4 chapters.
Do you think the mysterious person who left the first paper will strike again?
It certainly is a possibility. Also, there are some points regarding the stories of the 5 Kasen that have left me rather curious. For example, the reference materials make mention of 5 legendary figures, yet all the popular stories only consist of 4 parts. It appears that throughout all the stories, there is never a chapter dedicated to Kuronushi.
Yes.
Kuronushi कौन है भाई?
I'm curious about these stories myself. But who knows? They may merely be akin to the old saying in Mondstadt. So for now, we need but just wait patiently.
चलो भाई ये तो खत्म. Give me the juicy Brimo gem. Theory portrait part 1. अरे emotion. एक मिनट तो क्या ये हो गया. इसका मेरे को मिला. ठीक है. इसके आगे इधर से मेल पर चलेगी और फिर ये 5 वो वाले. इनका क्या मिलेगा मेरे को करने का? इनसे रिवॉर्ड्स हैं क्या कुछ ये पोर्ट्रेट वाले के? नहीं तो फिर नहीं करने का. और क्या मेरे पास 9 हो गए भाई. एक और करना है. शॉप हाँ अच्छा 9 हो गए और 8 से 10 ना. अरे भाई कितनी देर लगेगी इसको? हो गया. हाँ अच्छा. मॉन्स्टर वाले आ गए. लिए वालों को लेके आएंगे. भाई उसने खुद ही चुराई है. मेरे को पता है. भाई नॉवल खुद ही चुराई है.
You must be visiting from Liyue to participate in the Iridori Festival.
हाँ भाई.
Is it Paimon, or have we met somewhere before?
Yes, in fact we have. I'm Shu from Feiyun Commerce Guild. Aboard this ship we have calligraphers, painters, and even players of Theater Mechanicus. The inventor of Theater
Theater Mechanicus भी है.
Feiyun Commerce Guild seeking investment. Although the guild manager was not interested, Master still wanted to support them. We heard that they'd be demonstrating the game and letting people try Theater Mechanicus at the Iridori Festival. So the guild manager instructed Master and I to take the opportunity to come to Inazuma and...
Oh, speaking of which, where's the young master?
Master, he's,
Whoa! Xingqiu's just sitting there, sound asleep.
What?
अभी कौन आ रहा है? नहीं भाई अभी नहीं.
It's the traveler in Paimon. I presume you're guests in Inazuma as well? It seems fate has destined our paths to cross once again.
Oh, we aren't actually guests. We're actually guides for the Iridori Festival.
Please, no need to worry. I was a little too caught up in a novel on the voyage here. When I finally realized what time it was, the first rays of dawn were already peeking. Yes, now that we've arrived, the Kanjo Commission will likely wish to inspect our invitation letter.
इसका भी लेटर गुम हो गया.
That's odd. There was a piece of paper underneath my bag. Strange. I don't recall seeing it there before.
Ooh, let Paimon have a look.
Oh, भाई कासम की स्टोरी मिल गई. ठीक है.
There's no doubt about it. It's from the same series.
The story you found before?
Oh yeah, in the warehouse down by the poem hunt competition.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it. A friend of ours is on Rito to paint portraits of the 5 Kasen. You know, as part of the Iridori Festival. Poetic. If you can find one of the stories and give it to this friend of ours, then there's a chance you'll become the model for the next portrait.
Wait a moment. So you mean that...
Hey! It's hard coming up with stuff on the spot like that.
There's a chance of meeting Calx in person?
हाँ, इसमें क्या है?
Huh? Oh!
Really? That's wonderful! I knew that Calx would attend the Irodori Festival, but convincing my father to let me come to Inazuma was proving to be quite the high hurdle. I had to really rack my mind to come up with the excuse of evaluating the investment value of Theater Mechan. Just a few days later, word then came that Calx would be busy painting portraits of the 5 Kasen during the festival. It is a most rare opportunity for both Calx and I to be in Inazuma together, but it seemed he would be too busy with the portraits to meet with me. So,
Don't worry, Xingqiu. Even though Calx has work to do, he still has time to see friends. We can take you to see him. Also, we heard that Calx did illustrations for your A Legend of Sword novel.
So you've already heard. To be honest, my works have drawn little interest in Liyue. However, the novels are selling quite well in Inazuma with the help of Calx's beautiful illustrations. Calx is not only a skilled artist, but he also carries out his craft with great alacrity. I heard that it took him merely a few hours to finish the illustrations for the latest, but when I looked at the art, the brushwork did not even look the slightest bit rushed. His work is truly... Oh my! I was beginning to get carried away there. Let us depart. Quickly now.
Luckily, the idea of meeting Albedo managed to draw Xingqiu's attention and keep the situation under wraps. Let's just hope we don't let anything slip while meeting Albedo.
जो बालक था. चलो भाई.
Traveler, Paimon, how are you? And who is this accompanying you?
You must be Calx. It's a great pleasure to finally meet you. I am the author of A Legend of Sword, forgive me. It's rude of me to introduce myself by my pen name when meeting in person. Please, call me Xingqiu.
And you may call me Albedo, then.
No, no. That would be most improper.
Why not? Seeing as we're both friends of the Traveler, it'd be more convenient for us to use our real names. Besides, we've already corresponded with each other many times before. In fact, I feel a bit self-conscious seeing you act so politely.
It's not just you, Albedo. We haven't seen Shinjo act this awkward before either.
You guys, it's certainly not good taste for you two to be teasing me like that. Oh, by the way, we happened to find a story from the poem hunt competition at the docks. I heard that you are collecting them.
You know, that thing where we have to find pieces of paper with stories of the 5 Kassen? Venti found one, and then he was allowed to be a model for one of your portraits.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, I understand the story now. Thank you.
Splendid. Though, I'm still piecing together the story myself.
If all of you are free, why don't we discuss this over a...
Well...
Do you have other plans, Shinjo?
No, not at all. Speaking of dining, Shimura's unagi chasuke is quite delicious. Would you like to go there?
Shimura's? Unfortunately, today is a bit windy. How about Uyu Restaurant instead?
That's perfectly fine with me. But I must first unpack my luggage. Let's meet later at Uyu Restaurant.
Something didn't quite add up just now.
Huh? No way! Paimon thinks we acted well together. Did we say something we weren't supposed to?
No, Paimon, I'm not referring to us. Traveler, what are your thoughts?
Huh? Shinjo's suspicious? Hey, what are you two talking about?
Paimon, you read the poem, right? Although it may seem confusing to Shincho on its own, what if we read it together with a previous poem we found?
Read them together? Suiko lost Aoi no Okina's poem in a drunken stupor. So, Aoi no Okina recovered the poem and gave it to some mysterious person. Huh? Wait a minute. Could today's story be hinting that the one who stole the latest copies of A Legend of Sword is Shincho himself? No way! That can't be right! Shincho only arrived in Inazuma this morning!
And that is precisely the point of suspicion. If Shincho had only just arrived in Inazuma, how could he recommend Shimura's chasuke? Moreover, he didn't raise any questions when I suggested another place because of the windy weather. This means...
Are you saying that Shincho has already been in Inazuma for some time? And that he's only pretending he just arrived?
Yes.
That is indeed my conclusion.
But how could Shincho be the book thief? His mission is to fight for justice, isn't it? There's no way he'd do something against his own ideals.
Calm down, Paimon. Even though this is the first time I've met Shincho in person, we've communicated via letters for some time now. I do have some understanding of his character. I think there must be some deeper motive at play here. The story also tells us that Aoi no Okina flees with a poem because of a threat.
Oh? Could Shinjo be in danger?
It's difficult to say at this point. But given that Uyu Restaurant is indoors, it'll be easy for us to detect anyone following or eavesdropping on us. I think it should be safer. I'll be relying on your assistance to... Good.
Hey, yeah.
I don't see anyone suspicious around. It seems clear for the moment. Let's go.
Oh, this whole thing's starting to make Paimon a little
First, we must ascertain whether Xingqiu was already in Inazuma or not. If we can find evidence of him deceiving us, then we can use it as leverage to persuade him to tell us the truth. Since we're still waiting for him, why don't you go and chat with other guests in the restaurant and see if you can learn anything useful?
भाई
Is there anything
जरूरी है उससे आखिरी में ही बात करनी रहेगी
Why, of course. I personally.
So the weather at sea has been bad these past few days?
It sure has. A few
आओ
guests.
आराम से आओ
Please, talk to me if you want to order.
The last phase of the Irodori Festival is when they release the all-new publications. The one I'm really looking for.
That's right. A signed first edition is going to become quite the collectible.
I've seen Jen use signature before. His handwriting is super neat. He must be really diligent about his style.
He'll be there in person on the day of the release, so we'll get a good look at him then. I hear that he's actually pretty young.
Wait a minute. Did you just hear that? Not only will Xingqiu be signing novels at the release, but his handwriting is super neat?
हाँ इसको उसकी बड़ी है
Albedo, what should we talk about when Xingqiu gets here?
If he really is hiding something, then he might feel even more nervous than we do. If we start by talking about our work creating novels, perhaps he will lower his guard.
Oh, come to think of it, Xingqiu mentioned that he'd like to thank you for finishing the illustrations on time. He said they looked amazing despite the time you had.
Is that so?
That was delicious. Inazuman cuisine largely consists of fresh seafood, which is certainly to my liking.
That's good. We were worried you might not have an appetite because you didn't sleep well. Now's our chance. Let's talk to Xingqiu and see if he says anything. Maybe we could start by asking him about the journey.
talk about thoughts regarding journey about the book he is reading
Well, I've never embarked on such a long journey before. Though I was quite excited when we set off, the long days at sea quickly became most monotonous.
Speaking of the journey, did anything noteworthy happen along the way?
Well, to be honest, I spent most of the trip with my nose in a novel.
Well, that didn't help. By the way, Xingqiu, what book were you reading on the way here?
I was reading a novel called Pretty Please Kitsune Guji.
Arre.
Sent to me by my editor.
Didn't you feel dizzy while reading on the ship?
It was nothing I couldn't handle. Don't forget, I'm proficient in the arts of the Guhua clan. That being said, there were quite a few people aboard who felt seasick.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious about what he said so far.
To be honest, there wasn't much to see. Just water all around, morning to night. The sheer monotony of the trip caused everyone to grow a little impatient. So, when the peak of Mount Yogo finally appeared in the distance as we approached the islands of Inazuma, everyone crowded the deck to have a look. However, the ship sailed along at a crawling pace. It took a whole day from the time we saw the mountain peak to the time we docked.
Paimon didn't catch anything suspicious so far. Oh,
अभी क्या करें
if it took an entire day to reach the docks, then it would have been pouring rain at the time they saw the top of the mountain.
We learned a couple of things from his account, but we still require more evidence. Let's discuss creating novels with Xingqiu.
While it is entertaining to read novels, writing one is an endeavor of its own. You must give great thought to every detail, from the layout of the plot to the rhythm of the lines. And even when you have come up with interesting content, there's still no guarantee that it will be to your liking.
I couldn't agree more. Whether it's writing a book, creating art, or studying alchemy, seldom can you really feel joy after seriously delving into the work.
Xingqiu and Albedo are getting into some deep topics now. But nothing suspicious has come.
Speaking of illustrations, Albedo, I've long wished to express my sincerest gratitude for providing the illustrations in my novel. My novel didn't sell well in Liyue, so I must admit that I had some reservations regarding its potential. Yet you've consistently managed to select the most important scene of the chapter for your illustrations. This made me feel as though what I was trying to express could be understood after all.
Thank you. However, I took some risks in the illustrations, so I'm feeling slightly uneasy myself. Light novel illustrations are typically centered around the characters, but this time, I adopted a...
Well, that scene was intended to depict the change in the world, so I thought it very fitting to draw only scenery.
Doesn't sound like anything
No, there was a crack in his alibi. My illustrations were sent for printing the moment they arrived in Inazuma. So, logically speaking, there's no way he could possibly know what the illustrations look like. Xingqiu, we have something very important to ask you now.
Oh? Why the solemn looks all of a sudden? Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Mr. Okazaki told us earlier that actually the weather at sea was very bad these last few days. So when you said that everyone came running to the deck to see Mount Yogo, that couldn't have happened!
On top of that, the latest installment of A Legend of Sword will only be revealed at the Irodori Festival. Even we, the creators, haven't received a sample copy. If that's the case, how could you know what my illustrations look like?
Well...
The jig's up, Xingqiu. You were already in Inazuma before today, weren't you? Are you in some kind of danger but can't tell us the truth? Don't worry. The Traveler and Albedo are no pushovers. We can help.
No, please. You misunderstand me. I suppose my lack of sleep is inevitably taking its toll on my mind. I didn't notice for a moment that you were testing me at all. I did in fact come to Inazuma early to handle some things. Let me consider how to explain this. Oh, this is
Oh, well, if this isn't a coincidence. I didn't expect to see everyone here.
Huh? Tone-deaf Bard, what are you doing here?
I heard that the owner of this establishment has some fine-aged wines. I didn't want to miss the opportunity to taste them.
Paimon knew you couldn't possibly be up to anything good.
Says who? In fact, I come as the bearer of good tidings. I just bumped into Kujo Sara a moment ago. She said that the Tenryou Commission has apprehended the criminal who stole all those copies of A Legend of Sword. You needn't worry about it any longer.
Huh? The criminal who stole A Legend of Sword?
Did I say something I shouldn't have?
Yes.
Oh no. The person they apprehended. Was it by chance an editor named Onodera?
Apologies, Kujo Sara didn't mention a name. But I saw her taking someone toward Hanamizaka.
Everyone, it's too late to explain. We must make haste and rescue Onodera.
अरे भाई चल के ही जाना पड़ेगा इतना दूर। अच्छा वो दूसरा स्टोरी लाइन भी खुल रहा है उधर से, ठीक है भाई।
Please, wait. Onodera is innocent.
Oh, so you must be the author of A Legend of Sword.
हाँ
I
भाई।
didn't expect to see others tagging along with you.
Anyway, you mustn't take him away. I can explain everything.
No need to worry, Zhenyu. I've just explained everything to Madame Kujo, and Kuroda has testified for me.
Yes. In fact, we were just getting ready to leave.
Oh, phew. What a relief. Wait a minute. Does everyone else here already know?
Well, to be precise, we had dispatched 2 additional squads here, in order to prevent the suspect from escaping.
Shincho looks pretty flustered. What exactly is going on here?
Though it's most embarrassing, it appears quite a few people are aware of the situation now.
भाई हमको नहीं बताया गया है.
It a secret. In the end, I'm the one responsible for this whole predicament.
No, Jinyu. It's only appropriate that I take responsibility for this. Everyone, please let me explain. For the Iridori Festival, I recommended the idea of selling newly released novels signed by the authors. Not only was this the first major project I was in charge of since joining the Yai publishing house, but Lady Yai also gave me a lot of support. However, I did not discuss our plans with the authors in advance. As a result, it caused a great deal of trouble for Jinyu.
Yes, to be frank, calligraphy is not my strong point, so signing events are really not my forte.
Even though such an event will be difficult for Jinyu, after telling him how important the plans were to me, he immediately boarded a ship to Inazuma to come up with a solution. So these past few days, Jinyu has been actively practicing his handwriting. However, it takes time to sign each book, and we realized the time we reserved for the signing was not nearly enough. So I came up with the idea of moving the new books from the warehouse to my place. That way, Jinyu could use these few days to sign them all. I thought everything would work out without a hitch. I never expected that someone would immediately realize that the books were missing from the warehouse. To make things worse, I was on vacation and staying with Jinyu in my house these past few days. I had no idea that the situation had turned into such a huge mess. All of this happened because I wanted to prove myself through this event.
Onodera, I agreed to your proposal because I didn't want the readers to know of my unsightly handwriting. Also, I knew that Onodera had been misled by one of my prior signatures. At a previous event, the Yai publishing house had requested autographs of authors so that they could be put on display. I practiced tirelessly for an entire day to finally deliver a stylish and elegant signature for the event. But looking back on it now, I had dug myself into a hole by delivering that nice signature for the sake of my pride.
Hey, come on, you two. Loosen up a little. The theft was nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. Besides, everyone has something they do not wish others to see.
Yeah, that's right. All that matters is that Shincho and his books are okay.
Onodera, I think you should explain the truth regarding the stolen books to the rest of the people on Rito.
Yes, I understand. I'll apologize to everyone.
We should probably be heading back to Rito as well. Let's tag along.
चलो चलो रिटो चलो.
Onodera, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on leave?
I'm very sorry for all the trouble that I've caused.
Yes, Onodera, but why didn't you tell everyone earlier? If you had told us, we could have thought of some ways to help you.
That's right. We're a team, and we should be helping each other in tough situations.
Let's leave the past behind us now. Our first priority is to help Jinyu with his signatures. How is your progress so far?
My progress is not what I had hoped for. Even after working through the night these past few days, I've only finished perhaps 1/10 of the signatures.
Oh, no wonder Shincho looked so sleepy today.
I understand. Murata, go back to Yai Publishing House and get Aratani to book a room on the 2nd floor of the Uyu restaurant. We'll be using it for Jinyu's emergency calligraphy lessons.
Yes, Mr. Hirayama. It just so happens that my brother is a calligrapher. Should I ask him to lend his assistance as well?
Yes, good idea. Ah, you've just reminded me. 2 calligraphers from Liyue arrived today. We've worked with them before, so I'll go and ask them to help out.
It seems I'm really in for it now.
No need to worry, Zhenyu. I'm sure you can do it. Didn't you finish the last chapter of your novel in just 1 week's time?
Yes, but writing novels and learning calligraphy are two entirely different skills.
Even though Xingqiu still has to deal with his handwriting issue, Paimon somehow feels a little relieved now.
I always used to prefer working alone in my workshop, but I've come to realize that solving problems with others also has its merits.
We also owe a special ode of gratitude to the mysterious person who has been leaving important info for us along the way.
Huh? You mean whoever left behind those stories about the 5 Kasen?
Pardon me. What are you talking about?
Oh, right. We haven't had a chance to explain.
I see. It appears that Onodera and I were spotted when we were moving the books. Albedo, may I ask you one thing? Are you able to include me in a portrait as well? Not only do I owe the successful resolution of today's incident to that story, but I also hope that I'll remember this lesson.
No problem. Considering the similarities between the portrait and the events that have taken place, your proposal is very reasonable.
That figure was none other than Aoi no Okina himself. This turn of events had begun with an unnamed individual, under whose coercion, Aoi no Okina was forced to take drastic measures to retrieve a page of poetry. He knew nothing of this individual's true intentions. All he knew was that the poem had to do with an old acquaintance, Akahito.
Wanna come over for tea? Albedo really is something. He finished the portrait of Aoi no Okina in no time at all. Wonder how Xingqiu's calligraphy training is going at... Oh, hello? Mr. Storywriter? Are you here? Could you please help Xingqiu with something? He's a friend of ours and the release of his new book is super important to him. Oh, what's that sound? It was just a cat. It's getting late now. Well, let's go back and get some rest.
क्वेस्ट कंप्लीट हो गई. चलो भाई चलो, प्रीमो जेम लाओ रे, प्रीमो जेम लाओ. ये सारी क्वेस्ट बाद में करेंगे. कितना हुआ है? 65 भाई. करना है 3 और करने पड़ेंगे भाई ऐसे. Legend of Carson. ये जो करके देखते हैं पहले.
What a coincidence. I was wondering where I might be able to find you, and here you are. Well, can't I come and see you when nothing is up? Alright, as much as I'd like to sit and chat with you, this time I'm here mainly for Klee. Before bringing Klee here, I told her many stories about Inazuma. It got her very excited to experience local culture. However, I've got other things to do in Inazuma this time, besides painting the portraits of the 5 Kasen. Over the next couple of days, I won't have the time to show her around. Inazuma she hasn't complained, but I can tell she's not enjoying being stuck there. Unfortunately, I now have you and Paimon.
Yay, Mr. Honorary Knight's here! What you talking about, Mr. Honorary Knight? Are we gonna go play?
चलो भाई.
Yeah, but Albedo is really busy. I can't go too far away or he'll be worried about me. Aw, Klee, you're such a thoughtful kid. Paimon's very thoughtful, thank you very much. Paimon always thinks of you whenever she's eating a delicious slime.
Okay, fine.
Anyway, it is pretty cruel not to let Klee go out when she was so excited to come here. Yep. Allow the almighty traveler and dependable Paimon to bring Klee on a tour of Inazuma.
Klee, do you want to go play with Mr. Honorary Knight?
Yay! You bet I do!
As you know, Klee is our Spark Knight. You must keep her safe and sound. By which I mean, try to keep her out of trouble. For instance, if a mountain in Inazuma was to lose one of its peaks, or if there were an explosion somewhere in the city, Klee could very well get in trouble. Glad to hear it.
I promise I'll bring you back an awesome souvenir, Mr. Albedo.
Great. I look forward to it.
अच्छा चलो
Things to do in Inazuma.
मैं पानी लेके आऊँ भाई
Visit a shrine? What do you want to do, Klee? Cuisine? What's that? You know, food and drink. Paimon just meant we could take you to a local restaurant. A restaurant? Yay! Snack time! Got it! All right, snack time it is. Let's go.
अल्बेडो क्या बोलेगा?
Thank you for taking. I heard lighting fires is strictly prohibited in both Rito and Inazuma during the Irodori festival. Klee's already run off. You'd better catch up with.
अरे किधर ही भागेगी?
Wow, something smells so good. I think it's coming from this steaming thingy. Mr. Honorary Knight, look at this noodly soup. It's so pretty.
It's not noodly soup. It's tonkotsu ramen, actually.
Oh.
ठीक है भाई.
So, what are those yellow and red thingies on that plate?
You're kidding, right? Those are tri-flavored skewers.
And what about this little yellow cake?
That's an egg roll. They're amazing. Have you really not tried one before?
नहीं भाई.
Wow, tonkotsu ramen, tri-flavored skewers, and egg rolls. They all sound delicious.
They sure are. Guess you're not from around here if you haven't tried any of these before. Let me buy you an egg roll with my allowance so you can get a taste of our Inazuman food.
Really? But Master Jean said I shouldn't go taking other people's things. Also, that's your allowance, right? Taking another kid's allowance just seems kind of wrong.
Oh, I remember you. You're Yoimiya's friend. How come you know how to make egg rolls?
Egg rolls are a piece of cake for this guy. Why don't you make some for Klee and Iwao? Really? Wow, Paimon is so touched. You're learning. All right, we'll be waiting on those egg rolls.
Give 3 delicious. अरे बाप रे. आता है क्या मेरे को बनाना? नहीं आता है फिर को बनाना. ये बेचता है क्या? ओ एग रोल की रेसिपी दे मेरे को. नहीं भाई नहीं. नहीं है मेरे पास. अरे बाप. एग रोल किधर से मिल?
Why do new explorers make the same mistakes?
ओके दिया, धन्यवाद। अच्छा एक ही है मेरे पास, मैंने कल वाले यूज कर लिए थे। तो
Why do new explorers make the same mistakes?
Special yakitori for...
कोई एक्स्ट्रा बोनस कर लिया भाई, ये क्या? अच्छा उल्टा बोनस है। 18% भाई, पहली बार में 18% हिट करना है भाई, नाइस।
Mr. Honorary Knight? What?
ले भाई, खा ले।
Wow, you really can cook them. You're awesome, mister.
It's sweet. So yummy. Yep, yep. It's delicious. Traveler, you are the best.
Yeah, these egg rolls are pretty good, but I still think Yoimiya's are better.
अरे ठीक है भाई।
Yeah, she makes egg rolls too?
Yoimiya can do anything. She tells stories, keeps goldfish, makes fireworks, and gives us candy too. Yoimiya's pretty much the best and most awesome person ever.
Agreed.
For me, the best, most awesome person in the world is my mom. And Klee knows loads of other great people too, like Mr. Albedo, Mr. Honorary Knight, Master Jean, Kaya. Surely she's not going to name everyone she knows.
Oh, well, I don't know any of those people. But anyways, I still want to introduce you to Yoimiya. If you want, I'll take you to find her. In most festivals, Yoimiya's so busy that you can never find her. But this festival's different. She seems like she hasn't been in a great mood recently. But
Okay, let's go play with Yoimiya. It's already time for us to be at the docks. Let's go! The arrival schedule says ship stopover, 1 person. Does that mean we're only welcoming 1 guest today?
एक स्पेशल पर्सन कौन आएगा?
with the wind. Huh?
तेरी भाई वही में इधर ही खड़ी है।
Yoimiya, don't be sad. Oh, I know. Let me tell you something that'll cheer you up. Yesterday, I won 3 beetle fights in a row against that guy with the horns on his head.
अरे रे।
Suzaka, nice work. It's not easy to beat Ito. Don't worry, Yoimiya. Maybe you can't light fireworks during the Iridori festival, but there are still lots of other fun things to do. I know. Thanks, you guys. It's just that fireworks are banned in the city for a few days. I'm not that upset, really.
Yoimiya, it's me! I want to introduce you to a new friend, an Outlander girl. I just met her. Wait, what's your name again?
Klee! My name is Klee.
Nice to meet you, Klee. I'm Yoimiya, and I run Naganahara Fireworks.
Hello.
I love the cute outfit, with the hat and the cool little symbols. So unique. And your backpack, wow, it's really well made.
That's a 4-leaf clover. Mom and Master Jean said it can bring me good luck.
Really? That's awesome!
I bet everyone would love one of those. Also, that little fairy on your backpack is super cute, too.
That's Dodoko, my best friend. We always go fish blasting together in Starfell Lake.
Oh, Dodoko? What an interesting name. I really like it.
Yep. My mom says that when a Dodoko is born, it rides the wind and goes off on a big adventure.
Ride the wind and go off on a big adventure? Klee, your mom sounds like a very cool person.
Yep, my mom is the best and most awesome person ever. And Yoimiya, Iwao was right. You're a really cool person too.
Thanks, Klee. I feel like we really get each other. We'll be great friends, I'm sure of it.
It's so heartwarming watching these two chat away.
Hey, Klee! Since you like four-leaf clover so much, why don't I make a firework with a four-leaf clover pattern and set it off for you?
Yeah! And after the fireworks, we can go fish blasting with Dodoko! Hold on a second. Fish blasting? No way! Albedo was pretty clear about that!
Oh, oops. I got so excited that I completely forgot about that. The folks from the Yashiro Commission specifically warned me that no fireworks are allowed in Inazuma during the Iridori Festival.
ये क्या बात हुई यार?
What? It's not allowed? But... Aww... Okay then. Hey, come on! You just made a new friend! This is a happy occasion. Why are you suddenly so upset? Yeah! We still have loads of things we can do! Right! Just like Saika said, there are lots of fun things to do.
What do you say, Klee? Sounds like the Iridori Festival could be a real blast.
Okay then, let's go!
बाकी बच्चों को उधर भी छोड़ दिया, योगी भी और क्ली को ही लेके जा रहे हैं।
Here we are, the venue of the Iridori Festival.
Outlander Brigade. When the wind of death blew towards the blonde samurai? Oh, what a long name. Must be a new one.
By Kawabunga Iki. Yoimiya, this is a really strange name.
Who's this Kawabunga? It's pronounced Kayabuki Ike. That would be me. Outlander Brigade is a new series of mine, and When the Wind of Death Blew Towards the Blonde Samurai is the first volume.
Outlander's Brigade? Is it a story about the best of friends? Kaya says that every good story has to have best friends in it.
Absolutely not. I would never allow such cliches in one of my novels.
Bruh.
This is a book about betrayal, blood, and tears. A long and lonely struggle. A stubborn samurai's path to the truth. This is the kind of story that needs to be told.
Oh, is that right? Well, I'm not sure that's a very, suitable story for Klee. We might keep looking around.
Hey, miss! Don't go! Are you sure you don't want a copy? I'll give you 40% off.
Please, get in line over here.
Flowers for Princess Fischl. Oh, look! It's Fischl's story!
That's right! Flowers for Princess Fischl. Have you read this book before, Klee?
But I know Fischl's story. Fischl always hangs out with Oz. Everyone in the Adventurers Guild knows. It's just like how me and Dodoko are always together. I wonder if
Todoko is getting bored now.
Oh, Klee, I'm afraid it can't be helped. There are a lot of flammable items at the festival, and we have to be careful not to start a fire.
Darn. It seems like even the Iridori Festival can't cheer Klee and Yoimiya up. There must be plenty of things you can do with Dodoko besides lighting fireworks and going fish blasting.
Yeah, like, Wait, so that's what you're suggesting?
Huh?
That's right! The Iridori Festival is a place for putting your work on display. You could show Dodoko's story for everyone here! Bingo! What do you think of that idea, Klee?
Mr. Albedo taught me how to paint. I can paint the story of Dodoko's adventure in Inazuma.
That's very imaginative. I think it's a great idea. We could even put the finished story on display at the festival.
Yay! Great! Dodoko will be so happy.
Perfect. Okay, so I have some paper, paintbrushes, and paint at the shop. Let's go to the shop and paint your story there.
Yay! Let's go! Let's go!
Those two can run so fast when they're motivated. We better catch up.
हाँ भाई सीधा पहुंच भी गए वो लोग उधर.
Klee and I just had a discussion, and we've decided
we're gonna keep the content of the story a secret from you guys for now.
Obviously, I can't tell you why. Or you'll see. Don't worry, you can keep exploring the festival while we're busy in the shop. We'll be here when you get back.
Come on, Yoimiya, we should get going. Let's go inside and start painting.
ठीक है भाई. I ain't complaining.
We could all paint together. So unfair. Actually, Paimon's got an idea. Come on, let's go around to the windows and take a sneaky peek.
So, what does Dodoko do after getting to Inazuma?
Dodoko goes to eat tri-flavored skewers, tonkatsu ramen, and egg rolls.
Ooh, that sounds great! Is that what you're painting? It looks beautiful! Once
Okay, आगे बढ़ो यार.
let's go get it printed. We'll print a whole bunch of copies and go hand them out at the festival. Although it'll cost a lot more to get it printed. Let me see if I've got enough saved up.
It's okay, Yoimiya. I have some more. Look!
50 more is probably not quite enough. Well, if we don't have enough, we can ask the Traveler for ideas.
Mr. Honorary Knight has helped a lot already. I don't want to trouble him. So, I think I should just go fish blasting to earn some more.
No fish blasting. Paimon and the Traveler said so.
Oh. Then we've got no choice. We'll have to go see Mr. Albedo.
Who's Mr. Albedo?
He's my older brother. He's super duper smart. He can do anything, and he knows how to paint, too. He paints Hilly Churls, Kaya, and even Dodoko. That's why he came to Inazuma this time, to do paintings for everyone.
Oh, is that right? Then I guess Mr. Albedo must be an artist working with the iPublishing House.
An artist? Oh, that means he has 2 jobs. One as an alchemist, teaching Sucrose alchemy, and the other as an artist, doing paintings for people.
Yoimiya, let me show you something. Mr. Albedo taught me you can paint Dodoko's color like this.
Wow, I can see the resemblance. All right, I'll paint the streets, and Klee, you fill in Dodoko's colors. Hey, you can even write the story over here to explain what's happening.
Okay.
Oh.
Shoot! Paimon didn't hear the last part.
Dodoko sure had a lot of fun in Inazuma.
Those two sound like they really did go on an adventure with Dodoko.
Now, we have to get Dodoko's story printed. Come on. Go! Here we are. This is the Yai Publishing House.
Yai Publishing House. Ooh, it's Auntie Aratani. I know Auntie Aratani.
हाँ कैसे?
Auntie? Who's that calling me Auntie? Oh, it's the little girl who came with Mr. Calx. How can I help you, little girl?
Auntie Aratani, can you help me get Dodoko's story printed so that everybody can see it?
Dodoko? Oh, so you've been writing a story, huh? Is Dodoko the main character?
Not only that, Dodoko is also real. Look!
Huh? I don't quite understand.
We'd better explain this to her.
Oh, I see. Oh, I'd love the deadline has passed for accepting printing orders for the Iridori Festival.
Auntie, are you saying Dodoko won't be able to meet everyone after all?
Oh, I'm sorry, little girl.
Oh, Klee, don't be upset. You still have me and the Traveler. We'll think of some... Miss Aratani, is there any way at all we can still get this printed? We can pay extra. And if you're short on staff to help with the printing, I can pitch in.
Miss Yoimiya, I understand your sentiment, but I'm afraid it's not as simple as that. We've been printing many people's personal works for this festival, and a lot of the books are already well behind schedule. The printing press is already worked at a time like this. We really can't squeeze any...
What do we do? Seems like we might have...
No, I won't let that happen. I remember this one time when I was little. Pop said he'd take me to the festival, but he was so busy with work that he forgot all about it. I waited and waited and kept wondering when Pops was finally gonna take me there. Eventually, people started coming home from the festival. That night, I cried miserably. To this day, I still remember how sad I felt. I don't want Klee to feel the same way. If we can't get it printed, then we'll just have to find our own way. I can paint. Over the next few days, I'll paint as many as I can. Then we'll take those to the festival.
My. Yoimiya has quite a determined spirit. I like it.
It's Miko, and Albedo too.
We heard everything.
Oh, Lady Yai.
It's okay, I know. You were just following the rules. Plus, we really are quite behind schedule with the printing. But our mission at Yai Publishing House is to bring dreams and happiness to the masses. It would be a crying shame if we couldn't even help one adorable little girl fulfill her wish. Let me think. Oh, I know. Yoimiya, little girl, you can print your book, but on one condition, okay?
Of course, Lady
ये क्या करेगी?
Just tell us. Whatever this condition is, I am ready to face it.
Dear me,
भाई मीको भाई कंडीशन है भाई सही नहीं होती.
Make it sound like I'm some sort of wicked witch. All I mean is, if you want to get your work printed now, there is only one way. You have to combine it with another print. However, there is only a small amount of space remaining in the book in question. Your book is too big, so you have to reduce it to about half the size to make it fit. Is this a sacrifice that you're willing to make?
Klee, Lady Gucci is saying that we can print the book if we shrink it to half the size. Are you okay with that?
Yup, I am. Thanks, Miss Gucci lady.
What an adorable little girl. Well, that settles it. Aratani, make sure it gets printed with tonight's batch.
Yes, Lady I. I'll get right on it.
Combining the prints is a plausible solution, but it'll cause a lot of extra work for the printing press. I am terribly sorry about that.
No problem. Just think of it as my greeting gift for little Klee. Besides, the Yai Publishing House will need your help with the illustrations again next time, Mr. Calx. You could also consider it as my investment in you. All right, I won't disturb you two any longer. Bye-bye now.
Yay! Everything worked out perfectly. Now, we just need to wait for an update from the Yai Publishing House.
Yoimiya, Traveler. Thank you for keeping Klee so exceptionally well entertained for me.
No worries.
खत्म भाई सुनो.
You're right. Klee is family, after all.
अरे भाई कितना लंबा चलेगा ये. अरे यार नेक्स्ट डे बोला है भाई. अरे क्या टाइम ट्रैवल चल रहा है भाई.
Look, Mr. Honorary Knight, Auntie Aratani brought us Doloko's story.
Now we can finally see what secrets Klee and Yoimiya were keeping from.
Oh, it's really nothing that exciting.
It's the story of Dodoko and me.
And me. And you guys.
अरे हाँ चलो ओके. खाली इलस्ट्रेशन देखे जाएंगे. मस्त भाई मस्त. Cute.
Paimon's in the story too! This is Paimon's first time featuring in a printed book! Woohoo!
Of course we included Paimon. This is the story of everyone's big happy adventure with Dodoko.
This story is me and Yoimiya's gift for Mr. Honorary Knight.
Lady Yai wanted me to inform you that since this book was printed, we won't charge you a printing fee, but in exchange, the extra copies of your book will be included as a free gift with purchases of the other book. Is that...
Oh, are you sure? I mean, it's fine by us, but what does the author of the book think?
Actually, the book that yours was printed with is called the Tevat Travel Guide.
हाँ फिर तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है.
Hey, that's Mommy's book!
So, Klee's mother is a writer? Huh.
Klee's mother, Alice, is a renowned adventurer in Tevat, and the Inazuma edition of her popular Teyvat travel guide series is set to be released imminently. Lady Yae has already decided on how to promote it, a joint endeavor by Teyvat's biggest and best mother-daughter adventure duo. It's sure to be a huge hit.
Paimon knew it! Mika would never do anything for free.
A typical move by Lady Yae. It works out well for everybody, doesn't it?
Yep, I'm super happy because my book gets to be released together with Mommy's book. It's like me and Mommy going on an adventure together. Oh, I'm so glad I came. The Irodori Festival is the best!
हाँ चलो भाई चलो प्रीमो जेम्स मिल गए जी प्रीमो जेम 105 भाई फिर भी 2 और करने ही पड़ेंगे भाई 10 पुल के लिए कुछ और नहीं कर सकते क्या ये वाली भी बाकी पड़ी है मेरी चाजम भी बाकी पड़ा है लेकिन उसमें टाइम बहुत लगेगा दिखा भाई क्या कर सकते हैं ये तो कर देते हैं पहले डॉग्स चलो डॉग्स पे ओ भाई कादुफा बैठा है
Greetings, traveler in Paimon.
Mm-hmm.
I heard there would be guides for the Irodori Festival, but I didn't expect it would be you two.
We didn't expect to see you either! Returning as a guest for the Irodori Festival, no doubt.
I was a little surprised myself when I received the invitation. But after wandering the outside world for so long, it's good to have an opportunity to return to my homeland and pay respects to my old friends.
Kazuha, when we saw you in the distance just now, you seemed to be looking for something. What happened?
You see, when I came off the boat with everyone just now, I suddenly heard light footsteps around me. I could tell they were not footsteps of a regular passenger. But by the time I turned around, the person had already disappeared. I only heard a splash come from below the pier. Even though I didn't manage to catch a glimpse of them, I found this strange piece of paper by my feet.
Oh, does the paper happen to have a poem written on it?
Huh. How did you know? Fascinating. It's almost hard to believe such things could happen. Sure, here it is.
Long have I been dreaming. देखेंगे भाई क्या होता है वैसे भी ये काजुआ ही बनने वाला है उसका वो मॉडल
If Paimon were to rate today's story, it sounds pretty unfortunate.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with this story. I too was once wanted as a criminal by the shogunate. So I'm not all that different from Akihito mentioned in this story.
But according to the story, Akihito was exiled by the shogun because of his wrongdoings. You did nothing wrong, Kazuha. Huh? Traveler, what are you thinking about?
Okay.
By the way, you mentioned that your friend has been struggling because he's unable to sign his name quickly, right? In Liyue and Inazuma, there is a saying, that which has been stamped has also been signed. Perhaps using a seal could be a feasible solution. While sailing at sea, I sometimes carve things to pass the time. If you wish to create a stamp for his seal, I might be able to help.
Whoa, that's an idea! Quick, let's go tell Albedo!
Interesting. A story of the 5 Kasen appears again, and with a timely solution. Stamped seal, huh? Let me think. Indeed, it is an efficient solution. If we use a stamp, then Xingqiu won't have to struggle with his handwriting anymore. However, since Xingqiu's signature has been previously revealed to the readers, it would seem insincere if he only used the stamped seal for his new books, but I have another idea. Using a seal is a part of it, of course. Let's go to Ouya restaurant.
हाँ भाई इधर कौन सा क्या ना कर लेंगे ना कोई अब कंप्लीट ये करना है इवेंट डिटेल्स में क्या है तो साइड मिशन में अरे भाई अटक गया रे मैं जाना कहाँ है टॉप शीट लिखा है शीट है कहाँ तो ऊपर है
Yes, that's it, Zhenyu. Your writing has greatly improved today, which means yesterday's intensive training was effective.
My apologies, but I simply can't do it anymore. My hands are so sore that I can't even move them anymore. I should have known better than to read novels during calligraphy class.
You just had a 10-minute break. Come on, you can do this.
When it comes to pushing a deadline, there's no one more brutal than Mr. Hirayama.
No wonder Lady Yai would always send the editorial director to handle troublesome authors.
Whoa, this is getting scary. It hasn't even been that long and Xingqiu's already zombified.
Mr. Hirayama, we found a solution that might just solve our dilemma. In both Liyue and Inazuma, seals are widely used as the equivalents of a signature. If we use a stamp to leave the author's seal on the books, then we could make the signature process a lot easier. Of course, a seal on its own is not enough. So, I propose that each signature consists of 2 parts. First, we'll use a personalized seal. We can simply carve one using Chenyu's signature as the design. In addition, I'll also design a simple but elegant pattern that's easy for Chenyu to write. That way, he will only need to draw a simple pattern on each book.
Let me think. All right, I think that would work. Not only does it still involve the author's own handwriting, but the result should be very beautiful as well.
So, what you mean to say is, I've been saved from this predicament?
Mr. Hirayama, it suddenly occurred to me that the reason we gave up on live book signings previously was because it would take too long for the author to sign each book. But if we adopted Calx's proposed method, we might have enough time to do signatures at the live event. And if all the authors signed their books in the same fashion, then Genyu's signature wouldn't look out of place.
If you think it's feasible, I would certainly be happy to design signatures for the other authors as well.
Yes, and you may leave carving the stamps to me.
In that case, I shall contact the other 2 authors participating in the new release event.
It is a great honor to use a signature designed by Calx.
My pen name is quite complicated and isn't suitable for signing events. However, if we implement this new format...
Great! Looks like everyone's on board with the idea.
I'm sorry to have kept you busy for so long, Jinyu. Please, take the next few days to have a good rest. The books that Jinyu already signed can be used as special prizes in future events held by the AI Publishing House.
We did it. The event is saved.
Thanks to everyone's efforts, Onodera and I are finally free of that mess.
That's right! You're finally free, Xingqiu! Maybe you should step outside for some fresh air.
इधर है ये मूवी रेस्टोरेंट
We still have some time to burn. Where should we go next?
Traveler,
Hey.
there you are.
20 का था ये
Oh, it's Ayaka! And Venti! That's an interesting combo.
I was just going to the festival venue to prepare the Ikebana lesson when I found a strange piece of paper on a flower stand. This bard just happened to be close by at the time. He informed me that you've also found similar papers recently. As such, we came together to find you two.
But the paper she found isn't quite the same as the ones we found before.
Here's the paper. Please have a look.
Okay, I submerge the words into clear water. Okay.
Huh. All the poems we found before were roughly the same length. But this one is only 2 lines.
And even though there are only 2 short sentences, neither of them are next to the title or centered on the page. The position of the writing seems to indicate that there is other content written on this paper besides these 2 lines.
If we take the poem literally, it reads, "Dip this paper in water and see the truth naturally appear." Speaking of which, I have an ancient text at home, specializing in ancient and exotic stories. It mentions a special ink that will show itself when wet and disappear when it's dry.
So, shall we give it a whirl? It just so happens that there's a pond nearby.
चलो भाई इधर ही पानी में डाल दो यार कौन जा रहा है
With the wind. Wow, look! It's really working! More words have appeared on the paper! Let Paimon see what it says.
what is
Story says that after Sumizomi got the collection of poems from Akihito and put them into a stream of water, the plagiarized words in the poem became blurry. Huh?
You see, Paimon, in the past, when printing was not yet well developed, to ensure the text lasted longer, they'd either write using a special ink or coat the paper's surface with a waterproof coating once the writing was finished. Such special inks are time-consuming and laborious to produce, and the waterproof coating could also prove just as difficult. However, since Akihito's poetry collection was an important gift to be presented to the shogun, surely one of those 2 methods was used to protect it. But as for the plagiarized poems, not only would they lack Akihito's seal, but the words would also react differently when exposed to liquid.
Which means Akihito didn't plagiarize his work. He was set up.
Yes, it appears that this is the truth that Sumizome's story is trying to convey. Although the story is saddening, I've decided on the subjects to use for Akihito and Sumizome's portraits. Kazuha, Ayaka, would you be willing to be the models for my paintings?
I would be delighted.
Yes, as would I.
There you go. The next 2 portraits should be ready in no time.
Yes. And now that all 4 stories have all been collected, the story of the 5 Kasen is now fully complete.
Long ago, Inazuma had 5 legendary poets. People bestowed upon them the title of the 5 Kasen.
One year, the poet Suiko made his way to Tenshukaku, and presented the Kasen's work for the shogun's perusal. But a page from the works of Aoi no Okina had been torn out, and Suiko was questioned regarding the matter. Suiko pleaded guilty. He admitted to drinking at the tavern the night before, and vaguely recalled a mysterious figure approaching while he was intoxicated.
That figure was none other than Aoi no Okina himself. This turn of events had begun with an unnamed individual, under whose coercion, Aoi no Okina was forced to take drastic measures to retrieve a page of poetry. He knew nothing of this individual's true intentions. All he knew was that the poem had to do with an old acquaintance, Akahito.
Akahito had once belonged to the 5 Kasen. Each poem he composed, he marked with a scarlet red seal, hence the Aka in his name. Such a distinguished writer was he, and yet one of the poems he had submitted the previous year was found to be plagiarized. Akahito was exiled for his crimes, and only 4 of the 5 Kasen remained.
Sumizome went over Akihito's poems and noticed that the plagiarized poem lacked his seal. She immersed his poetry in a stream nearby, and only on the plagiarized poem did the ink run. Aoi no Okina passed by and witnessed Sumizome's doing, which he then recorded in a poem. Thus transpired the events of Suiko's poetry submission, and this is where the story comes to an end.
ये ऐसे भाई आर्टिस्टिक कट सीन भाई देख के अच्छा लगता है। ओके अब 2 बोतल हो गए।
Yeah. Ever since we completed the story of the 5 Kasen, there's still one thing Paimon hasn't been able to figure out. One of the 5 Kasen is called Kuranushi, right? It's just that, how could the story of the 5 Kasen finish without him appearing at all?
Oh! Have you really not noticed?
Huh? Not noticed what? This is no time.
What he means is that the story of Kuranushi was already embedded within the 4 poems.
Huh? Really?
That's right. The key lies in the poem that Aoi no Okina wrote after seeing Sumizome rinsing the poetry collection. An average person could never understand the scene of a young girl washing Akahito's poetry collection in a stream. Even Aoi no Okina couldn't figure out the meaning behind Sumizome's actions. He was simply reminiscing and thinking about his old acquaintances. However, for the perpetrator who framed Akahito, it was completely obvious. He was worried that if this poem was seen by the Shogun, then the Shogun could discover the truth behind the plagiarism incident. If that happened, then he'd be finished. So, in desperation, he threatened Aoi no Okina to make him tear out this poem.
Which means, the one who threatened Aoi no Okina is the same person that framed Akahito! What? Kuranushi?
That's right. Though there are only 4 poems, they still managed to tell the complete story of all 5 Kasen. Since the Shogun mentioned in the poems is certainly not the one of the 5 Kasen, the only character left is the mysterious one with an unknown identity.
Oh, okay. Paimon is finally starting to get it now.
However, this also brings something else to mind. The story of the 5 Kasen has more or less reflected everything that's been happening around us lately. Which begs the question, is there a Kuranushi in our world as well?
भाई तुझे खुद ही तो नहीं है।
A Kuranushi? In our world?
Speaking of which, I wonder if our dear Kazuha has come up with anything.
Oh, right! Kazuha! He's been pretty quiet this whole time. Let's ask him! okay? You've been standing in front of this blank canvas for a while, and you don't look so good.
Apologies for making a wild assumption, but has the story of the 5
Yes. A few things did come to mind, actually. However, they were nothing more than some past incidents regarding my family. I don't mind sharing the stories, but I'd prefer not to bring you any more trouble.
Hey, we're all friends here, Kazuha. You can always tell us whatever's on your mind.
Kaidehara, please forgive my assumption, but perhaps you were thinking of the Raiden Gokuden?
The Raiden Gokuden? What's that?
It appears that Miss Kamisato and I were thinking of the same thing. But it also has much to do with the Yashiro Commission. It would be improper to speak of it here without the consent of Miss Kamisato.
It's fine. Those of us here are all trustworthy, so there isn't any harm in it. However, this matter is somewhat complicated and may be difficult to explain. Let me start with the Raiden Gokuden. As you all know, the Yashiro Commission's primary purpose is managing ceremonial and cultural affairs, and Inazuma's art of forging swords is a very important part of our culture. The Raiden Gokuden were once the top 5 schools of the forging art in Inazuma. Although these families were swordsmiths by craft, they also held many important positions in the Yashiro Commission. Unfortunately, of the 5, only the Aminoma art still maintains its artisan lineage. The descendants of the Ishin art are also still alive, but the craft has been lost to time. The descendants of the Ishin art are none other than the Kaidehara family.
Whoa! We knew Kazuha came from a noble family, but we had no idea about his connection to the Yashiro Commission and sword making.
Yes, but that's all part of the past now. The Ishin art was lost with my great-grandfather's generation. My grandfather was dissatisfied with my great-grandfather's lack of effort. When he was young, my grandfather traveled all over Teyvat to find a way to revive the family business. But it was to no avail. And in my generation, our last remaining family property was lost as well.
I heard my elder brother mention that the decline of the Raiden Gokuden happened very rapidly. In the span of a few decades, 3 of the families suffered various misfortunes and disappeared completely. Later, there was speculation that all of these misfortunes stemmed from some background machinations, meaning that someone wanted to wipe out the Raiden Gokuden. However, since not every family of the Raiden Gokuden came to ruin, such explanations were treated as nothing more than a conspiracy theory.
Indeed. I've also believed such ideas were just theories and rumors. However, I know that a major incident happened to my great-grandfather when he was young. Not only did it affect the Kaedehara clan, but it nearly jeopardized the Kamisato clan's position in the Yashiro Commission as well. After reading the story of the 5 Kasen, I can't help but feel like it's pointing me toward the truth behind that incident.
What exactly happened to your great-grandfather, Kazuha?
I still can't say. I need to speak with someone to verify the details. Let's meet here again at noon tomorrow. I'll tell you everything I know then.
शिंचू को छोड़ के सारे 5 स्टार बैठे थे. एक और करना है बस, फिर अपना टेल पे पहुंच जाएगा. क्या करना है? 12 ठीक है.
One client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
अरे भाई ये फॉलोइंग डे भाई.
said he would wait for us at the 5 Kasim Plaza today. Let's go find him there.
Ah, you're here. It appears everyone has arrived. Last night, I visited a former servant who once worked for my family. I was able to learn the entirety of what happened all those years ago. In my great-grandfather's generation, the Ishin art was tasked with forging an important Goshinto according to an ancient forging diagram. Though all the craftsmen involved were very experienced, the process was still unsuccessful. Every blade that was forged was defective. When the deadline came, the blade still wasn't finished, so the craftsmen all fled and hid for fear of punishment. The Kaidahara clan and Yashiro Commission then conducted an investigation. My great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan eventually tracked down the craftsmen near the seaside. However, they met fierce resistance from the craftsmen, and in the end they were unable to prevent them from escaping by sea. The Kaidahara clan was severely punished for the swordsmiths that had escaped, and the family gradually fell into decline. Moreover, I heard that the head of the Kamisato clan was injured by the fleeing swordsmiths, which combined with his advanced age caused him to pass away shortly thereafter.
Yes. The sudden passing of the family head left the Kamisato clan leaderless. Treacherous people took advantage of the situation and put the family's status in the Yashiro Commission at jeopardy. This single incident had profound effects. Even after the position as head of the clan was passed to my father, the Kamisato clan still wasn't able to regain its prior reputation. But, thanks to my brother, everything is getting better now.
The failure to forge the blade was ultimately attributed to a lack of required skill and finesse. The Kaidahara clan and the Yashiro Commission always believed that was the case. However, the story of the 5 Kasen seems to imply that the failure didn't stem from a lack of skill, but rather, the diagram had been tampered with by someone. Miss Kamisato, I heard yesterday that the Yashiro Commission has still kept the diagram ever since the failed forging all those years ago. Might I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes, I understand. I will go back and search for the diagram. Please come meet me at the Kamisato estate later.
The palace died भाई ज़्यादा अलग नेमिंग नहीं करते
Huh? Everyone, I've managed to find the old diagram.
Though the diagram is well preserved, you can still tell that it's seen at least 3 or 4 centuries of history.
Whoa, that's pretty old. Is it still possible to find any evidence of tampering?
At this point, we can only try our luck and see how we fare.
Although the effect is not too obvious, you can still see that some words have now started to smudge. Kazuha, this is clear evidence that this chart was indeed tampered with. Someone framed the Kaedehara clan all those years ago.
I see. But I fear that I've discovered this secret too late. When my grandfather was young, he proposed reviving the Ishin art many times to my great-grandfather. But my grandfather was only scolded for being too foolhardy. Yesterday, the former family servant said that my great-grandfather even went to the Yashiro Commission to request that diagram from the head of the Kamisato clan. He then showed that diagram to my grandfather and asked him and his subordinates to try to forge the sword. Sure enough, my grandfather also failed. My great-grandfather then told him, If you can't find the secret within, then the Ishin art deserves to fade from the world. My grandfather left Inazuma in a rage after hearing those words. He didn't ever see my great-grandfather again, even till the day of his passing. Looking back at it now, the argument between the two of them was simply meaningless.
Oh, Kazuha.
I heard that your great-grandfather was very industrious when he was young, but later in life, he no longer bothered with the forging arts. It appears that his failure took quite a toll on him.
Kazuha, did your great-grandfather really say, "If you can't find the secret within"? Did he use those exact words?
Yes. The servant said that he personally heard those words, and still remembers them very clearly. My grandfather was so angry at the time that he smashed my great-grandfather's cherished bonsai tree.
Yes, it appears that you understand my meaning. Kazuha, if your great-grandfather thought that the Ishin art lacked finesse, then after witnessing his son's failure, wouldn't he have said something more along the lines of, "Your skills aren't sufficient"? But instead he said, "If you can't find the secret within." Don't you find that a little strange?
Huh? Oh. So you're saying my great-grandfather may have very well known that the failure was due to someone's tampering?
Yes. The current evidence suggests that is highly likely.
I apologize, but would you all please accompany me to the Tenryou Commission? After I became a wanted criminal, the Tenryou Commission seized my family's last remaining estate, which contained all of my family's old belongings. I want to inquire about the whereabouts of those belongings. If I can find them, we might be able to get some clues.
All right, let's
ठीक है भाई चलो.
Lightning! Let's bolt!
इधर जाने का. चलो उधर.
Phew! Huh?
What are you all doing here? Did something happen on Rito?
नहीं नहीं.
Kujo Sara. Perhaps you still remember me.
Yes, I do. You're Kaedehara Kazuha, a wanted criminal during the Vision Hunt decree. However, your arrest warrant has since been repealed.
Sara, we'd like to ask about the Kaedehara clan's property that was seized by the Tenryou Commission. Do you know where all their belongings are now?
Yes, the items seized at that time are currently stored in the warehouse next to the police station. Since Kaedehara has come back to Inazuma, those items should be returned to their rightful owner.
No, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I'm not here to reclaim those belongings. I just want to investigate them for a personal matter.
I see. All right, I'll inform the police station. They'll take you into the warehouse.
Thank you, Sara!
Kaedehara, about the Vision Hunt decree.
That's all in the past now, Kujo Sara. There's no need to mention it again. I know you've also had your own convictions and struggles. However, may I ask something of you?
Continue.
What is it?
Currently, I have no plans to stay in Inazuma. As a result, those items from my family's estate are of no use to me. Madam Kujo, I believe you are a person of integrity. After our investigation is over, I'd like to ask if you can handle those belongings for me. Please, sell them. and use the money to help the poor.
All right, I understand. I'll be sure to take care of it.
You must be here to investigate the Kaedehara clan's belongings. Well, Madame Kujo's already informed me of this situation.
हाँ ठीक है गेट पर
The Kaedehara clan's belongings are stored in this warehouse. Unfortunately, the items are scattered throughout in order to save space. My deepest apology. However, I have clearly marked the corresponding items, so they shouldn't be too difficult to find. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Please, come see me if you require any assistance.
Kazuha,
Yeah.
since the items are scattered throughout the building, I propose we...
Yes, sounds like a plan.
भाई टॉक टू एवरीवन क्या होता है आदुआ को छोड़ के ठीक है
Oh, it's you. I'm currently investigating the sword rack.
Oh, since the Kaedehara clan was a family of renowned swordsmiths, then this blade should be super valuable, right? Maybe it's a treasure of the Ishin art!
ऐसा थोड़ी होगा
I'm afraid not. Although the sword rack is made of fine wood, the swords placed here appear to be quite ordinary. Due to the dire financial situation of the late Kaedehara clan, everything of value has probably been sold off already. The blade on the sword hasn't been sharpened, but there are many signs of use on the hilt. Perhaps Kaedehara used it for training as a child.
Let Paimon see! Oh, there seems to be a couple uneven characters etched into the scabbard. Kazu-ha. Wow, so it really was Kazuha's! Paimon can imagine what Kazuha was like as a kid.
I will continue investigating here and call you if I find anything interesting.
ये क्या देख रहा है बॉल लेवल क्यों देख रहा है
Oh, it's you. Unfortunately, I have yet to...
Whoa, this folding screen looks pretty old though.
Yes. Perhaps if it were better maintained, then it could fetch a decent price. However, I doubt it could be sold in its current condition. I was taking a closer look just now and noticed a large piece of dirt caught in the fabric fibers on the back side. The soil is deeply embedded into the cloth. That means a great deal of force was used when the dirt was lodged into the cloth. It's likely that this patch of dirt is from the very flower pot thrown by Kazuha's grandfather.
वाह
Because this is not what we're looking for now. Let me think. If I wanted to leave a message behind, I would probably choose to leave it on something a little more special.
Albedo seems to be thinking pretty hard. We better not bother him.
There must be some around here somewhere. Do you see all these pots here? Some of them are bound to have liquor inside.
Hey! Everyone else is trying hard to help, and you're over here looking for a drink?
I merely jest, of course. Come on, we're close to uncovering the truth now. Why do you look so worried?
Well, Paimon doesn't really get why Kazuha told Sara to sell all these belongings. What if we don't end up finding anything today? Then wouldn't Kazuha lose the chance of finding out what really happened all those years ago?
I know you are worried about Kazuha, but if you ask me, he is stronger than you think. Since Kazuha made such a request to Sara, that indicates he's already made his choice. Whether... No, not intuition. Rather, I've lived for a long time now, so you could say I have some experience in reading people. Leave the things here to me. You two can look around elsewhere.
Kanjo?
I found quite the pile of old books. These books here are all related to smelting steel. And these are about the process of forging blades.
The books about plants and flowers must have belonged to Kazuha's great-grandfather.
I skimmed through them just now, but I didn't find anything particularly worth noting. I shall take a closer look and let you know if I find anything.
Everyone, I've found something that you should all have a look at.
Seems Kazuha discovered something. Let's just...
This flower pot was in my house for a long time. I heard that it was left behind by my great-grandfather.
Yeah, the plants seem to have been dead for a while now.
Well, after my great-grandfather stopped studying the forging arts, he picked up the hobby of keeping bonsai plants. Most of his prized plants were given to others once he became seriously ill. But he specifically left behind this dead plant at the time, and even instructed my grandfather not to throw it away in his will. My grandfather deeply regretted that he never managed to reconcile with my great-grandfather, so he left the plant exactly as it was. But now that I think about it, my great-grandfather could very well have left it behind for other reasons.
Now that you mention it, this flower pot is kinda suspicious.
चलो तोड़ दो पॉट को तोड़ दो भाई.
Let's take a closer look, shall we?
We finally found something! So, do you think someone already discovered the compartment and swapped the contents?
No, I do not think that is the case here. See the paper?
You mean to say that these sheets have been written with special ink, like that which Miss Kamisato found before?
Yes, I agree with this hypothesis.
Okay, let's give it a dunk then.
There is a pond outside the police station. I'll use the water there.
Yeah.
Well, how did it go? Those weren't just plain old sheets of paper, were they?
Just as everyone guessed, after I sprinkled some water onto the paper, writing did indeed begin to appear on it. It is a...
Oh? What does the letter say?
It is. I'll tell you what my great-grandfather knew at the time, but before that, I wish to take you somewhere. Everyone, please follow me.
अरे भाई खत्म हो जा.
Kaedehara, why did you lead us to this beach?
It is. In fact, my great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan tracked the fleeing swordsmiths to this very location. Our hypothesis was correct. My great-grandfather was well aware of the truth behind the defective blades. And it was right here where they encountered the culprit who framed the Kaedehara clan and the Raiden Gokaden. It reads, "To whoever reads this letter, I, Kaedehara Yoshinori, have been held to a certain secret throughout my entire life. I don't have much longer in this world, and after much consideration, I've finally decided to disclose the matter. All those years ago, when I was pursuing the swordsmiths alongside Commissioner Kamisato of the Yashiro Commission, I was not injured by one of the fleeing smiths. Rather,
it was night, and after the clues led us down to shore, I waited for the culprits to show themselves. However, there were no swordsmiths in sight, only a single eccentric stranger. This stranger claimed to be the one behind the failed forgings and said that he had been patiently waiting for us. He then threatened to destroy the Raiden Gokaden. That person was of able body, and in a blink of an eye, myself and the accompanying samurai had been defeated.
भाई वो तो
Commissioner
स्कारामूव था.
Kamisato was severely wounded, and I barely escaped death myself. My hat had fortunately blunted a blow to my head. The unusual stranger could have easily claimed my life at that moment. But, after noticing my appearance, he stopped his attacks and sternly asked if I had any connection with the name Niwa. I answered that it was my father's surname, and after my father disappeared, I was adopted by the Kaedahara family. Upon hearing my answer, the stranger paused. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Tell her this. My name is Kuni Kuzushi." He then turned and left.
Wow. So that's what really happened.
Yes. My great-grandfather and the head of the Kamisato clan escaped from death and learned that the forging diagram had been tampered with by Kuni Kuzushi. However, due to the encounter, the head of the Kamisato clan was worried that my great-grandfather would be falsely accused of being involved with the perpetrator. So even on his deathbed, the master of the Kamisato clan cautioned my great-grandfather to never speak of what happened, because the perpetrator said he would destroy the Raiden Gokaden. My great-grandfather worried that the perpetrator would still return for vengeance. So, to protect his loved ones, he closed the family business. He said, "As the leader of the Kaedahara clan, I am deeply ashamed to witness the decline of the Ishin art. But as a father, it is my priority to ensure the safety of my children and grandchildren." Yes, that's right. If my grandpa had somehow discovered the secret behind the tampered diagram all those years ago, perhaps my great-grandfather would have told him the truth. Unfortunately, he failed to catch any of the hints in my great-grandfather's words. Miss Kamisato, it appears you were unaware of the happenings that my great-grandfather described here. What are your thoughts?
I suppose the reason the head of the Kamisato house never spoke of this to the family was due to similar safety concerns. If the perpetrator was capable of tampering with even the Shogun's diagrams, and could single-handedly defeat many men, then he is not an ordinary enemy. I will discuss this matter with Brother shortly, and investigate the identity behind the one called Kuni Kuzushi. Rest assured, we will act cautiously.
To be honest, as I read the letter, I felt much turbulence in my heart. But now I've managed to calm myself. My great-grandfather said in the letter that he did not wish his descendants to blindly seek revenge and be deceived by things of the past. Though he was in a tight situation when he wrote these words, I feel like they are still valid nonetheless. I think what's most important for each person is not the past, but the present. Even though we must carry the burdens from the past, there are also things we wish to strive for. Therefore, knowing the truth behind what happened is enough for me. I will live on just as my great-grandfather had hoped. That being said, if the enemy from all those years ago is still lurking and plotting to stir up more trouble, then I definitely won't turn a blind eye. These are simply insights I've gathered from all that I've experienced. Thank you all for accompanying me in my search for the truth behind that incident.
Great! Now that we're done here, let's head back to Rito.
अभी रीटो वापस आ रहे, इधर ही खत्म कर दो यार. ओके, हो गया खत्म. इस पे 10 पुल किया जाए. देखो इवेंट 20 का वो है मेरे पास आटो, लेकिन हाइड्रो की भी जरूरत है। ये 20 पे करना चाहिए। नहीं आया, चलो स्लिंग शॉट, रेवन बो, क्रिकेट क्लब। अरे एटलीस्ट मल्टीपल 4 स्टार तो दे दो। चलो सुक्रो C6 हो गई, ठीक है। सुक्रो हो गई भाई C6। नाइस। और मैं एक और पुल कर सकता। ये एक पुल चला आटो के कर देते हैं। नहीं मिला हो, चलो
Silly Billy.
अच्छा तो ये वाली को सभी बाकी है और ये चलो भाई अभी ये लिए भाई बहुत ज्यादा हो गया, बहुत लंबी स्ट्रीम हो गई भाई। अभी हम जाके रेस्ट लेंगे, आराम फरमाएंगे।